Alright. My goodness, I am late. Not to the stream, but to the, Rimbus. Give me a second. I need to find my... I pray that didn't play on stream. I pray that didn't. I need to fucking... to anybody that is watching this, or to the people that are in, hi, welcome, good to see you. What's it called? I am gonna be, well, first, let me tell you how the stream's gonna go today. I'm going to play through, what's it called? I'm gonna play through the intervallo. There we go. And then I'm gonna try out the boss fight. Oh, let's turn off the, oh, I got the music going in the background. Okay. We need to get the audio going for this because this shit is quiet. We can't have ourselves a quiet stream.
이번에도 어디서 왔는지 모를 그 예술적인 비석을 구경할 수 있겠어.
Alright, stop your yapping. Stop your yapping. I wonder, do I have... No, that's just straight up better. Welcome, 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 everybody in. Need to let my, need to let the Discord know. I'm not gonna add them twice. I don't feel like adding them twice, that's just rude. But it's intervallo time! Yippee! I have already gotten essentially spoiled on characters. I don't really know the story though, so I'm thankful for that. I've already seen the, what is it? Obviously the IDs spoiled it a little bit, but I have seen the, mommy ring member, you know? So that's fun. That's very cool. But yeah, I'm probably gonna be ending up running with this team today. I just like putting all the like the lobotomy facade or the LobCorp facades on there because I like LobCorp. Yeah. Also, yeah, the power creep in general, but we're running with the spoinking team today because we're gonna spoink all over the ring. I just like saying spoinking. That is all. It seems like my voice might be a little loud compared to.
또 한 번 아수라장이 펼쳐질 시간이지.
That seems better.
이번에도 어디서 왔는지 모를 그.
All right. This time, I don't want to fucking get rid of this. Okay, and as far as the reward exchange goes, yeah. Okay, so the the Mersal ID is free. Widow free. So it is. We gotta go for it. We gotta go for it then. All right, funeral for the dead butterflies. Maybe no. Maybe it just they're. Maybe they're. A funeral is held for Martin Elsa. Oh yeah. Gotta rip to him. Gotta rip to the teal hue. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners. But never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Mersal, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all when it came to funeral process and etiquette, all manner of questions for pointers. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gesture are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can't any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instruction to carry yourself with solemn propriety that befits the occasion? Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Sorry, Ishi. The wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onwards. Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before? Back when we set foot in that grim manor in T-Corp? Ah, thou speakest of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead. Bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died. Because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Wi-Fi Association's notarization otherwise. I've said this time and again, but it was just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. Intentional anonymity, is it? If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it, forsooth. Yet, 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. Yeah, why, with Heathcliff right there. The name of the deceased. Oh, I'm sorry, Heathcliff. I know. Kathy deserved a little bit more respect, alright? Or whoever it was. It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I have thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. Yeah! Yeah, that about sums it up. Ah, poor boy. I'm so sorry. It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, isn't it? Had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights had become warped. The sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bow had always been there in that manner, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Harmon. Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been caught conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it. Not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed the twisted version of the memory as if it was a proven fact. Bro, Heathcliff wasn't on my bingo. Honestly, I was not expecting a funeral to start this off with, but welcome in. Welcome, King of Ravens. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we'd just check in on each other's memories every now and then. You know what? That's healthy of them. I'm glad that there's good health on the Limbus. Because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail gilded and glossed over with the belt and glow with the We need to confirm that Pablo's okay? You're absolutely right. I miss Pablo. We need to see where Greggy is. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. So when Heathcliff's running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will... I assumed that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No? Well, I actually think it's rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. Seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Yeah, because everybody dies all the fucking time. It's depressing in the city. Jesus Christ. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time-offs just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial of houses on it. Then what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them where they died, and after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone. Just like that. Yep. Sweepers just take them away. It's real sad. It is real fucking sad. Better than paying loads of money to bury him somewhere just to have that stir up a load of daft rumors, eh? Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables buried with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthesis, all that rot. I'd imagine that, like, if there was more burials inside of, like, Project Moon, let's say, like, a high-key figure died, right? Then anyone in their mother would be trying to fucking grab, like, let's say that there was, like, Gebra, right? Like, let's say that Gebra was buried. Like, she actually died and didn't go to the library. anyone in their mother would be trying to get a piece of what the red mist had. That shit's gonna be like, let's try and stay topical here. Well, to a certain extent, that'd be like the holy corpse of Limbus. Everyone's trying to get like the freaking, like the left hand of Gregor or something like that. Better to let the dead go in peace than bury them in a grave just for some sods to later desecrate it. In Hong Yuan, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee that they wouldn't lose their burial room by the next restructuring day. Oof, that's tough. Hohenheim scoffed and hung his head. Atios foolishness. All of it. Comforting the soul of the departed. Another mendacity. All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Are those words from his heart, or just something said to convince himself? Honestly, I feel like the only person that wants to have a funeral here for this is probably Hohenheim, just because of how close they were. Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with the crackle of firewood. So, I suppose you'll be leaving now? Oh. We're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Dante says we're... Oh, no! Where is he? Where is he? Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Ah. Gregor came to his senses again after a few days of his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the Thumner's father. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said there's no cause for concern. Physically, that is. The psychological assessment turned up disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. Son of a bitch! I miss him! So you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. Then I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while. Duh, everybody wants him. He's been a fucking central point for for a lot of intervallos by now. Fucking give him a rest already. He just had spring cultivation. That's some bullshit. Give it to Roji or something. Fuck. Hmm? Me? Yes, you. The LCE wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second green lighting of the project, which means what I'm telling you is more a notice of investigation than a request for permission. Huh? What investigation? What are you... It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. Human experimentation? Oh, 1 second, I'm getting a call. One moment. There we go. Sorry about that. Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two on your skin and maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues of research could be vastly... No! I am not giving you my consent. For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get Boss to fend off the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department and their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see? Yeah, everybody just wants a piece of this man's ass, alright? Everybody does. And had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go. So the least you could do is thank us, and to thank us is be a good boy and cooperate. Just in time, our researchers are here. Alyssa waved at the researchers who were filling out the funeral hall after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me. Of course, of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. I'll salute you, buddy. All we could do was to offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into a full-blown panic any minute. What about you? Not going with him? Oh, it's back to the long-term recovery ward for me. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion, but with the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research projects in my book. Marginally. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. As soon as Alyssa trudged off with her dragging steps, the researchers seized Sinclair, carried, really, him away. That poor man. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, do you all have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Got something I said I'd help with. Gotta be there for it. Ooh, where are you going with Ishmael, Heathcliff? I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also to keep an eye on the researchers and stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiments. Damn it. Why can't we have their frickin' ship? That's the one that everybody's, like, that has been probably teased the most. Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. The center's fanned out in different directions. They seem to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. And here's Ryōshū, just kind of chilling. The only ones keeping me company for now were Ryōshū, who had been filling the air around thick with cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vespa and a valiant quest for the new color fixture's whereabouts. Faust is still here too, staring blankly into the air. Is she accessing the Gessel shaft? You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There's something I had intended to discuss with you and Ryōshū. A matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? What kind of assistance has Clark? That the translation doesn't help if we need a translator for the translated text. Wait a minute, did Ryōshū just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially when she'd usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstitution of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. Like, literally, like, this is just trolling. Literally. Like, actually, Bug, for real. Trolling for the love of the game. It would seem we are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is, if thou knowest? If thou knowest not. Now listen closely. The one I seek is a bear of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bull. You there. Why don't you join us too? Eh? Dost thou speak of me? The LCCA personnel who were cornered by Don Quixote and her rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance the moment their captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Honestly, I understand. I would probably geek the fuck out. I'd probably go searching for him with her. Because, like, listen, I could say that I'm a Vespa enjoyer. Future Tonrep, if you're going back to editing a VOD of this, you need to play the thing. Indeed, there is a task that requires your assistance. I have yet more words to trade with the most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? I got her! Got her! For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you to a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2. That is, assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded mine exchange with the Yellow Harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating the interpretation of manager's speech to sinner number 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Oh, that is indeed a simple task. However, this WKOA eludeth mine understandings as well. Prithee, allow me but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's words, not Sinner Ryōshū's. They are asking what kind of assistance you need. Wait, all that, it was still just for the... Oh my god. Request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling, in the present circumstance, is a welcome one. It was simply that the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow have become sufficiently unbearable. Faust hopes this was not some guileful scheme devised to elicit Faust's cooperation. In any case, manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the backdoors located in the House of Spiders. I deem that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you were the one monitoring the entirety of the 5-pronged assault operation. Sinner number 4's familiarity does not bear repeating. Do we go to the House of Spiders right away? House of Spiders right away? She's just doing this for shits and gigs. HOSRA? You have assisted enough? You know what? I like this new Ryōshū. She's understanding the benefit of a practical joke. Perhaps you could help, Faust. Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There is one more member you should bring along. One more member? Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Yeah! Kira! Kira. She has regained consciousness. I will say, I hate the middle, but you know what? I do like Kira. I like all the apprentices, and she's technically not part of the middle. So she's okay in my book. But she's on thin fucking ice. She's on thin fucking ice. I hadn't seen no Book of Vengeance of hers, so you know what? It's all good. The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. Though every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state-of-the-art. This place looks well-equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of her lower body in the reconstruction process while keeping the cost reasonable. Reasonable, huh? Do I want to ask how expensive the other options are, if this counts as reasonable? A windowless room thick with a sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Oh, yeah, I like that. I really like that. She's so lax. This is like her lazy fit. Kira was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look much different from how she had appeared when I'd seen her through the Sinner's shared vision. Didn't RP as a middle in the one-shot? You shut the fuck up, alright? A, it's middle adjacent, alright? It's not exactly the middle. I will say that the middle is interesting, but I'm not going to LARP exactly as the middle. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes? How far along is the progress of extraction? Ah, it hasn't begun, actually. We're waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. Then what's she even doing here? There is work to be done, contingent upon information obtainable only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion with the upper management, I have decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books, just some super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason why I should cooperate. You ever notice that Limbus wants to maintain the original forms of people? I mean, I actually kinda, you know? Like, this is, like, to whatever they're wearing. It's somewhat original. You got the big old scar, right? Hohenheim didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely and imperturbable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe is what I said. What? Your survival is not incidental. It is the result of a calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance of depreciation costs of this room, even at half their current numbers. Which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say lack thereof, in its projected income statement. Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. Hohenheim always had a way with words that could prickle and sting. This dude, I'll give it to Hohenheim. Hohenheim has absolutely grown on me, and I'm honestly, he's starting to be one of my favorite characters. Just the way that he articulates things is... It's odd, and it's quirky, like really quirky. But the fact that he can also deliver just some sick burns and shit like that... Oh my god. I'm really liking him. But with Kira, it almost felt as if he traded the usual thorn off for a sharper knife, intent on twisting it right where it hurt. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live, not after I killed a bazillion of your guys. I think you mean a limbillion. Ah, so you anticipated some form of corporate-level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. Then I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicates such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle, and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of a great brother of the Middle, these two considerations are likely what increased your value in the eyes of the company. Ha! Y'all got zero self-respect, huh? You know what? She calls him out as well. You know what? I got you. You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? The heck are you on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of a verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps such as this. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks, and stimulations, and of course, procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. Yeah, you're not hot shit now, are ya? I do hope that we share a similar predilection. You're so frickin' annoying, you know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. You know what voice I imagine, like, what an English VA for this guy would sound like. This guy's English voice actor would just be fucking Maxor. Literally. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned toward the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That too was a rather foolish thing to say. I will defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. And with that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LCE had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? I was still caught in thought when someone quite unexpectedly made her way to Kira. Yoshihide. You. Heard you got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that. to aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in a family. Family. Coming from him, a middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you? That's thrown out. That fucker Matthias. He was a great brother only by technicality. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone had hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me being his brat. Not surprising for the ST for the bowl cut too. It's the ST for the bowl cut too. I don't know what ST is actually. Same tastes? Oh, young Ryōshū, could it be that thou also dost harbor a passionate zeal for I quickly clapped a hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. Terrible translator. Never let Don Quixote try and decipher what anybody says. So what exactly is your point? The point is you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. Cut quick. Come quick, or I'll snap your neck clean, or I'll slit your neck clean right this instant. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly, or I'll snap your neck completely right this instant. The sink isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. Heh. This is so crappy. Whatever, I get it, okay? I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. That actually worked. I'm kind of surprised too. Fixers who go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive. The ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking in weird-ass abbreviations? Like, sink? That's so random. Who even says that? Ryōshū didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. But is this really the right call? To her would probably people she needs to settle the score with. This isn't Dino Tave. I know it's not Pragmata. Listen, okay? I have a lot of games on the list, okay? And if anything, I probably won't even... I don't know if I'll even stream it or not. I might. I've considered it. But if I don't, I might just play it in my off time. But welcome in. As if. By the way, are you honestly caught up already? Yeah, okay, I was about to say peace. So now you don't get spoiled to high hell. I want you catch up on Limbus. Alright? Catch up on Limbus already. Half her tattoos are gone, Clock. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle sorry excuse for loyalty means so much for this stray that she'd bite us? Besides... no. Better hear it from her instead. Hey. Tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. Canto 7, dog. This is literally, like, 5 intervallos later and 2 cantos later. Literally. I know your ass needs to be catching up with Canto 7. That's cause... well, cause Papa was weaker than y'all. Yeah, you're the jerk's brat, alright. Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face. But at least she didn't dar you back. And we called Hohenheim, who had been waiting outside, back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come, you'll find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. The hell? I can't even unsheath it! Ah, you won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Now then, let us head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. We made our way to the House of Spiders, with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. You know, I'm honestly just concerned about, like, what they'd even want to ask from her. You know? And why the fuck the ring's here? Wayfarer. Please tell me we're already fighting it. Oh, I can actually, like, use everybody. Okay. Let's see here. We're gonna be spoinking it. I wanna do you,
지위를 받는 건 오래는
you.
부름이라면 기쁘게 나서지.
복지팀의 협조가 필요한 거지.
And then, actually, hold on.
부르신다면
Do you
언제든.
instead. You'll go.
다들 연장 챙기죠.
You'll go. You'll go. And
다들
you'll go.
연장 챙기죠.
어머, 부탁드려요.
You know, I just thought of another like combination for like different keywords for tremor and sinking. Just call it Seymour. Seymour Skinner. Only a few days had passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remembered. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stretch of corridors hadn't changed. Everybody, the Gregor-shaped hole in my burn team. Dog, we can't fucking do burn without him here. It's so sad. Oh man, I miss him so much. Oh, I just realized the music is just like a really sad version of, what's it called? Callisto's theme. That's fucking hilarious. The Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were affixed all around the back doors. Prithee, who might those people thither be? What the— Among Us! Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Our guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. It seems introductions are in order for both sides. This is team leader Atlan from Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation into the house's back doors. Wayfarer Company? What the fuck? Wayfarer. When the Steam Dam team is coming, Sinking, Burn, and Tremor. Honestly, we could probably make it. It's possible. Like, really, Among Us? Okay, listen. Look at those fuckers. Those look like crewmates. That is literally the imposter Among Us right now. Unkrep? Oh, shut the hell up. I am 25, sir. Or ma'am. Shady. You could even call them sus. Okay, is Wayfarer Company... Okay, I don't even know. Wayfarer Company? A corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It has, on prior occasion, been referred to as the new or aspirant W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one. You know, with the way that warp trains are working out, it might be falling off soon. The next Project Moon game is just the fall of W Corp. I'd love to see that. That would be an incredible setup. Actually, you know what? Maybe a theory would be in order. Our employees have also taken to calling you the new L Corp. Something we have in common, given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. Ah, I remember. The company vying to take W Corp's place, right? The same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corp has already fallen, while W Corp, from what I've heard, is free-falling at this point. And these are the manager and the sinners of the LCB department. Our field operations unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. I have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with the other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining the investigation effort. I understand. Field or operations units are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you've provided is more than sufficient. Oh! Oh, that just looks like a nice guy. He just looks like a chill guy, honestly. Look at him. Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of Door Breach Team 4. Likewise. Before Faz could even relay my reciprocal greetings, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if my ticking didn't even bother him all. Like he was sticking to a script he had rehearsed. I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the bus's team's performance. You capitalize on the suppression of distortions at T-Corp as leverage to push your products. And the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Oh yeah, we were supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public. But what's that product part about? The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also looked forward to working with you on this task. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult with the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Yeah, okay, yeah. Now he's acting suspicious. Faust didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question while Alan carried on with Hohenheim. He was referring to the Monolith Sales project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the express request of Mr. Herbert, T-Corp's executive director. Oh, so that's how the rumor spread. Huh. We've reviewed the background, reviewed the agreements. Now, I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the backdoors. I'd appreciate it if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where these backdoors connect, as detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look, though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation. She still gave up a sliver of the information she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing if it's about Robo-Unk in his room. Robo-Unk! Oh my god, fucking Gen Z middle. Gen Z middle. God damn it. At this point, it's Gen Alpha middle. I mean, I've seen how Bina hit up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out to farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's, gathering material. I see. What kind of material? Human guts and all that. She'd come back hauling piles of them. So they're probably connected to some backstreets area. Backstreets. Any more details? Can you stop prying? You're low-key pissing me off. At Tom, should I do chicken, beef, or shrimp soup? Go for the scrimp. I like scrimps. What? That's literally all I've got, for real. For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. And before I could even before I could register what happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Alon. Oh, damn. Damn. Thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard, it was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact. The chain of actions were there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? The hell's wrong with... As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Thou, what manner of discourtesy is this? Ah, with all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson reminder of... Oh, this guy is into corporal punishment. Okay. The new W Corp's logo is going to need some work, though. Yeah, it doesn't have the same, like, cool factor of the old W Corp logo. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. Oh, hey. Oh, hey, I joined in a war... Oh, welcome in and just call me C. Team Leader Alan. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies. I will keep that in mind going forward. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. He gets to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free. So freaking annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Alan. That punch just now, though. What was that? It exhibited a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Presumably a form of technology used by Wayfarer Company. You know, that is interesting. Maybe it is... We'll see. I would like to see something... maybe some Wayfarer IDs? Hi, Vav! Queenie! Ryōshū. Give Team Leader Alan whatever information you have. Thanks for stopping by. Member for 19 months? Holy shit. That's long. That is a long time. Thank you so much for being a member. I really appreciate it. That door should lead to one of the ring protected turfs. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted in blood. But I have no idea where they actually lead. It's all blurry. Seems that's all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We now know that the door is likely connected to a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for Wayfarer Company's backdoor mapping progress. Which means there's less chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past those doors. Alright then. I'll proceed with the connection verification. King of Ravens, thanks for becoming a member. Thank you for being the GOAT manager, Kira Top. Thank you. I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. But welcome, King of Ravens, to the membership. I don't have a lot of things for members. It's more like, if you can support me, then I appreciate you. Which door shall we test first? We'll start with the one Sinner Ryōshū mentioned. Ha! You don't trust me at all, huh? And why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan began setting up various devices on the door, and soon... sent a gifted membership. Wefi Mundo, congratulations on your new membership. I really appreciate the support. Mr. Beast. Alan began setting up various devices on the floor, and soon an elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once, there are procedures for handing over field operations. Okay, let's see what's in there. What the... Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? Is that a... What the fuck is that? That's like a combination of like Bongi and the Pallid Whale and an Eldritch Horror. Is that a fucking... Is that a goddamn like Phyrexian from Magic? What the hell? The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the centers. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I can make out a room filled with statues or perhaps taxidermied animals. It felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit, the scale is just insane! That's the whale from Aid Association, Great Lakes Special Issue. Oh, that's another whale. Kira, who seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing it in real life sure hits different. And the Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with that harpoon of his, huh? It's a Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like the one we've encountered, though. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified, outskirts born. They look almost alive. They're not, right? No, they're not alive, but... Duh. Though RoboUnc did say that Ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see moving ones. Everything here's dead. Meh. Still looks crazy sick, though. The vibe really hits. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horn display off to the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity given the presence of a certain someone in our party. I love this face of Don Quixote. Can I just say that? Just like that 1,000-yard stare. Don Quixote? The eye of a second kindred. Of House Tepesh. Wait... Tepesh. Like Dracula Tepesh? Please tell me there's a Dracula in this universe. Oh my god, second kindred. Does that make... Oh my god, is there an Alucard as well? What the fuck? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the whale was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention. And body parts like hands and bones that looked as though they'd been stripped from a human body. It's a gallery of the School of Fauvism. Probably a main studio at that. which come with a maestro's atelier in an auction house. Alan, we'll be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Furries! Turning toward the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us. That presence, it's kind of like Papa's. Ain't no way. That's not a raid boss we can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. The doors connect to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan's ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As tension thickened, one of the strangers, who wore a peculiar bone mask, stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. You came through that door. Then the house's fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray-lit spiderling, fallen from her parents' web. How many years has it been? You. Who are you? Ah, right. It makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit visit as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right. Yes, that must have been whenever I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still thrashing flesh of living prey, and the predator's ferocious yet cavernously resonant howling. Rings a bell. You're that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benoit, was it? That's right. Emile Benoit. And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse fathers. Don't presume. I only remember you because the tactility of hides and guts. Made for a passable artwork. At first glance, it looked like Ryōshū was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro. But I had a feeling she was, in fact, dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. That lockdown sequence thing. How much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence. Don Quixote had been shooting the ring members in incensed glare sparked by the discovery of a kindred's eye. Swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. Wait, so she was just doing that for shits and gigs. She can do that at any time. She can lock in at any time she wants, and she knows she can. She just plays the idiot. Or plays the fool. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is by its nature a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture to trial Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he was about to retort Faust's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith in potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, this seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of their gaze was Ryōshū's blade, a Ryōshū. I was going to try using it anyway. I've long wanted to see if a maestro's death is any different. Telling her that we were just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artist of the ring. Or practically a windfall of inspiration of material that has so conveniently been delivered to them. It is improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed. Faust is right. She and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Ryōshū is the wielder of a Ryōshū. Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us. But even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Ryōshū? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not, Clock. Think of that woman as Lei Hang, and do as you did in HC's mansion. I'll take care of the rest. Right, that's probably our best shot. What Ryōshū meant was quite clear. Hi, Rome Builder. Red rabies. Resonate with the golden bow. Secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from the Ryōshū, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the Maestro long enough to give us the time to get away. This floor of the exhibit only houses submissions from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some passable ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this gallery is of the school of Fauvism. And mine, the gallery of Émile Benoit. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without unnecessary fight, if possible. A shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here. A maskless one at that. Acquiring the Ryōshū makes it worth the cost. If you want a taste... Uh-oh. Confusion flickered across Ryōshū's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? How? The lock the House of Spiders used to bind the Ryōshū no longer exists. So why? Why can't I draw the blade? Now that's unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering that relic, were they false? The Maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryōshū recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked nothing more than a light gash, yet the Maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryōshū's arm and her own, as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Notice, did you? Okay, this is kind of scary. So why can't she unsheath that shit? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide, what do you think a serpent's defining strength is? What are you on about now? Ask any student, and they'll give the same predictable answers. The deadly venom, the sleek scales. Why, it's lamentably disappointing. The Maestro advanced toward us with an assured certainty, then seized a beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine, linked like a chain, and the jaw bound not by bone but by ligaments, that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admire their structural refinement. The thrice-coiled ring on her finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo with a sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bones assembling. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? The Maestro plunged her arm into the long serpentine body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of the Nurse Fathers, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim, is the lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute to go, step aside. The attack from the ego gear Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identities, something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendage midway through its hurtling motion. Oh my god, that's sick as fuck. And the one who intercepted the blow. Ha! Shit. Oh damn, she's here! Was Kira, struggling to push back against the serpentine arm with her still sealed blades. Kira! Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit, this wasn't the plan at all! Obviously not, she couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. Because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. The middle, For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you inked quite the quantity of tattoos on yourself. Aha! You must be the new Kit Matthias took in. Why do you stand in my way? Fucked if I know. I'm already regretting it, alright? Damn it, they're defo gonna dish me here. Why did I even... Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head on. so the behavioral facet of the psyche can be controlled with suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure. Shut it, mister. Quit yapping and let me use my blades. Authorized and ready. Lifting locks now. Kira's thermal weapons emerged from their sheaths with metallic clang. She used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Benoit's arm from the deadlock as well. The Maestro lashed out again with that monstrous limb, but... Huh? Tis a foul injustice to strike an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that only the most renowned of fixers have displayed through the ages. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed into the arm with her full might, knocking off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the Maestro's attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing into the door. Ready to initiate lockdown sequence. I will seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone to the door. Faust retrieved the organic remnants of Sinner number 3. As Faust made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, the students of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips. Called it for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would mean having a sizable force of the ring trail right behind her through the door. Kira, too, seemed to have realized the risk that no one in their right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. Such a dumbass. What was I thinking diving in like that? You! Don't just stand there! Get over here, now! Huh? But these guys are gonna come flooding in if I... UTTM. Wanna get cleaved in half again? You pin this on me later. You're gonna pay. Blocking the Maestro's arm by a hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself toward the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone ahead, but... Lockdown sequence complete. All backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two back doors before the Maestro could cross over. Bowl cut. Think you can still use your arms? I'm fine. So she says. Damn, the Don Quixote, the red sludge. Honestly, I can kind of see that as being her, like, color name. Imagine being, like... So, first of all, the red mist is probably her favorite fixer, right? Or one of her favorite fixers. And then her second favorite's the red gaze because fucking hell, of course. Imagine, like, they had Don Quixote become a fixer after this. And after all of that, she gets the delegation of the red sludge. I can kind of see it. Or the red shoes. Kira would be a strong enough addition to fight for us, but the ring members that have managed to cross formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would be not be the best course of action. In that case, guys, I assume you're all available right now. As soon as I call out to the sinners, their voices came through Hohenheim's radio one after another. Huh? I guess so. Ready for your order, Executive Manager. I, Otis, am prepared to answer your call whenever and wherever... Just hang on, I need to finish this bite. Everyone to me. For now, just a couple of students.
내가 응원하는 게 도움이
yay!
되겠구나. 힘내긴 해보자고.
She's here. Oh, it's no longer middle-styled augmentation tattoos. Okay, hold on. Let's take a look. So let's see. Deals blunt, burn bleed still. Oh, now it's just grudge. Yeah. Okay. LCE? Oh, wait a minute. She might be part of the LCE soon? Oh? Okay. Let's see here. Any neat trivia? Like, in the... Oh, okay. Let's see. On hill, multicolor rogue, impact from... Okay. The first step is always but a single animal. And with every quest for art and fairity, Another beast is layered atop the previous specimen. Okay. So these guys are, like, they just keep layering shit. Teehee.
좋아. 방금은 전략의 승리야. 계속 밀어붙이자.
All evil that comes across the red sludge shall turn into nothing. But a sludge on the ground for the sweepers to try. Dog, you can't just put heat like that in chat and not be a fucking like a fucking writer, all right?
제압 완료.
Wait, do I need to change her out? I don't know why I have her on the team for Tremor. You know what?
조금만 더 힘내자.
I need to change her out because she needs to be on Index Faust. I just have okay. The team seems random, but they are all syncing IDs because you can see like all the passives and shit. I just have the facades.
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
Kanto 9 made me care about character tags. Dude, same. Literally same. Okay, she's kind of cool with it. Starting to have some respect for, what's it called? Starting to have respect for Kira because she might be joining LCE. Okay.
조금만 더 힘내자. 이제 정말 개체의 제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어. 만만치 않겠군. 본인이 하지.
Come on, Sinclair.
방금 공격. 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
Second smoke war. Second smoke war, literally. Yeah, literally. Second smoke war is kind of fucking
살고자
crazy.
하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
유효타 좋아.
You didn't cross. Yeah, like, dude. Imagine that's literally like this. It's the same energy as like, what do you mean World War III? No, I'm fucking high. I think I'm high.
적사살 좋아.
Jesus Christ, you have a lot of.
다른 작업이 필요한가요?
Wuthering Heights. Oh yeah, that's right. It's Wuthering Heights Butler. I completely forgot that I put Wuthering Heights Butler on there.
제압 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아. 교육팀의 직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어.
There we go. Stagga. Oh, you fuck. Nope, not on my Overwatch. I should consider actually putting the sniper defense on the team.
악은 이렇게 정화되었네. 정의의 이름으로.
Seeing that on Quixote is a little
이제 정말
cursed.
개체의 제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
하고들 시간이다. 잔무에.
정의의 이름으로. 나를 훔쳐.
Oh, I'm so sorry to you.
상담에서 알려준 대로 잘했어. 역시 상담 프로그램을 진행한 건
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로
You're
돌아가.
gone. And that's it. My scrimp soup has carrots, peas, green beans, and corn. Wait, if that's the case, you know what? It sounds pretty good. Half paying attention making food. What the fuck is this team? Facades, don't worry about it. It's only the first door, and the impedance are already beyond expected levels. It's spoinking, alright? It's my spoinking team. I swear I thought that was for me back there. I thought that was it for me back there. I can't fucking read. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We were merely beset by ill luck. If you just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Like, why even drag me into this if you weren't gonna trust me? Weirdos. We would have opened all of them by the end of the day. SD, what's that? Same difference. Again, why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something. Or just spell it out and say it was anticipated. That's WA. You know what? I'm just gonna like headcanon and say that's whack as fuck. Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This by all measures counts as a flawless expedition. Tapping away at his device, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. Those Falvis won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The corridors and back doors have always been the ring's turf clock. And those Falvis beasts have entered as a long-standing faction within the ring. If they've got that much history, they must know many back doors, both the origin and destination points. Alan clarified what Ryōshū was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourselves over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely they would move on to the House of Spiders so soon. They could always rush for a surprise attack, though. Even that Falvis Maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. So, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like. Once all backdoor-related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? Ryōshū lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown. And that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering most faint. 'Twas seen by all, indeed. Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching, as though it wasn't pleased at all with how Ryōshū was talking about the scabbard. Oh, Araya's pissed. Araya is fucking pissed. Ryōshū's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting toward the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Araya? Ryōshū, do you... Is it an SS? A demon edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? It's probably neither of those. Nor is it a sentient sword. It's probably a sentient sword. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Alan. Please feel free to go ahead. The attack just now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away, too. Are we to return to the headquarters research facility, then? No, that won't be necessary. There's a facility here that should prove more than adequate. Oh, they've already set up shop here. Good. Putting Talisman Sinclair on Dawn Office is so fucking funny. He slowly spins his staff and nukes the enemies.
이제 다음 시련만
That does sound
넘어서면
funny.
본인 또한 감히 나리의
Alright,
가족이 될 수
on we go,
있겠군?
because I've heard that this thing lasts 6 fucking
그렇게
hours.
된다면-
And I'm trying to get actual sleep. Hohenheim brought us to what looked like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus Company following Operation Spiderfire. It did not exist prior to the house's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Irregular phenomena? An example. Research subjects such as a spatial analysis of the correlation emerged between the emergence of Sinner number 11's sign and manifestation of possible future. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and the group of researchers surrounding him. The same people who had dragged him off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along to either watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work. Hohenheim, how long will the examination take? With Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should be available for the relic now, which means that it should be finished in an hour from now at the latest. The scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling. It's moving again. Come along, Ryōshū. I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. Oh, let's see. Araya bouncing like that Pixar intro just to be near Ryōshū. She's so happy to be with Mom again. Ryōshū and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get Sinclair, then... Wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions, when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. Oh! My boy! My boy! Yay! He's back! Yay! I'm so happy to see him again. I'm just so happy that he's in the story, like... Yeah! Oh, I love him so fucking much. I just got fucking... Ow. I just stepped on something. Hurt my toe. But I love him. I love him so much. It was Vespa Crabro with a big piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped on his back. Snack thief. Manager. Charon snacks. Mr. String Bean ate up all of them. Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding. Bird, kick his ass! What the fuck? He would absolutely... You know what? I could absolutely see him being the snack thief. Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Charon also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. The Coffee Grounds, thanks for being a member for 18 months. That's also loud. It's long as shit. Holy. I love my fans. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time. Or you'll put me in a tough spot. Understood. As he continues to eat! Charon, super sulky mode engaged. Not talking for half a day. Deploying super pass bitter candy. Beep beep, mode disabled. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Charon forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Best make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Virgilius looked on with inscrutable expressions as Charon peeled back the snack thief sign off Vespa's back. Make sure to remember this, so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left. What little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. Thank you. Oh, Vespa, you continue to be my beloved, my fucking beloved. I could kiss you right now. Look at those fucking abs. Look at that defined posture. God, that is a Tumblr sexy man if I have ever seen it. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it into his mouth. Wait a minute, I was saving that for later! I assumed you were being picky. Well, now you know, yet I still see you gobbling up my share. Oh, he took my snack too, Verd. Kick his ass. Rodion Romanovic. I am aware that half of the total snack budget allocated to each sinner is being funneled into your snacking expenses. And now you're raiding the LCE supplies as well. Chill, that's totes been agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that... What? No. No. What do you mean by that? What the fuck do you mean by... Are you telling me? Are you going to fucking tell me that this fucker is going to get either a Black Silence ID or knew him? You can't tell me this. Holy fuck. They can't keep... What did they mean by this? What the fuck did they mean by this? The lines on Virgilius' brow look deeper than usual today. Hoping to help him out of this endless cycle of snack-related headaches to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Did you learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. It's a common saying, I don't give a shit. In this scenario, no. It means a hell of a lot more when it's coming from anything Project Moon related. Dante's inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility of the phenomenon, the only verifiable information has so far it's been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Faust has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the other sinners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for researchers. Even Sonya said only a few select people could perceive it. If there was more Sonya mentioned, Jesus Christ! If there were more individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool for a comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomena are tied to the location where the battle took place. By individuals bearing signs, do you mean people like Damien and Sunsun? Wait, could those guys do what Sinclair did? Pull some super-powered future self and just wreck everything? Even Sonya? I should step in and put it into this subject before Roja gets the blues. I don't think so. From what Ishmael and Faust reported back then. Right. Sinclair from the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe you know. Those layers of light rings Demian used to finish off Cromer, or Sanson dragging us into his story. Those could be it. Aye, that doth seem plausible. So none of that is information we can confirm yet. Correct. As you have stated, any discussion to this subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet, ergo, fear would be an unnecessary response at present. This is, at best, grounded in supposition. But it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Oh, that bit about the sign maybe being some singularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the sign's working may be equivalent to those of singularities or relics. But as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which the hypothesis may be validated. I see. Then nothing came out of them dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway? No, I mean... I'm kidding. Just thought I'd try going along with the mood. You know, he's kind of real for that. I'll admit, Sinclair's kind of real for that. The old Sinclair wouldn't have been even thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately. For the better, I think. So, did anything happen we should worry about? I stuck close to him just in case. Nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, a small skin sample. Oh, and they were also checking to see if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. Yeah, and I had to fill out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return. No, I don't know if they'll ever come back, actually. Faust said they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, for my future self to even have those memories, Shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? A paradox, it would seem, in such case. That Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures. Jesus Christ, wall of text. If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested? You know, Yi-Sang doesn't use a lot of a lot of big words. He just uses a lot of words in general. Like, hell, this bro is a fucking yappuccino. Not a certainty, but a plausible interpretation. Here you go again. More of that nonsense only you lot understand. Oi, memory or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? Then some part of him's gotta be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps he can still pull off some of those tricks from back then. Don't think I don't know. Do not think I don't know you. I heard about the interview. I heard about the Kim Ji-in interview. You can just do whatever the fuck the Earl King can do. Tricks from back then. Heard you kicked off proper out there. Even pulled out that trick you picked up from that plastered little geezer, right? Not just that, he was using that Mong technique quite effortlessly too. What? That glowing ring thing? Yep, the glowing ring thing. He had 2 of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing! Oh my god, that's... Oh, that's pure comedy. This is the first time I'm hearing about anything about it. Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing? Anyone? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura makes you a real tough one. A real tough ones. Ugh, my god, why is this so hard to say? Jesus Christ. I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes you real tough's one part of it. There's gotta be more, right? Don't know. Could be a secret finger thing they pass down to their members. Technique, gear, something like that. Look at it. That black coney leader, that Lei Hang prick. That black coney leader, that Lei Hang prick, and the nurse fatherly spot. Whole lot of them's fingers, ain't they? The notion seems to unravel. Even for among the LCD, there were those who came to wield it. And Virgilius too. So what? Only the proper hard bastards can use it? Some posh top-end trick, is it? Without anyone in particular prompting it, the cylinders slowly turn their gaze toward Virgilius and Vespa. I only learned to wield it from my team leader, too. I have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though they are all without proper sources. Rumors? They circulated among elite fixers and association leadership. That there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. A rumor among fixers, sayest thou? Yes. Even the technique to manifest it, how-to tips really, spread through hearsay. Oh yeah, that tracks. That super rookie column in the latest mag bonus vid, bro was really popping off with it. Straight up. Why? Why are you like this? Why the fuck are you like this? Oh my god. Straight up aura farmed with a shiny Mong wrapped around the weapon. It must be that mine eyes are yet to preview seeing such a marvel in a video. Wait, you serious? It's in the latest issue. Literally on the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it? Videotape? Alas, for many a week I have been stranded from Mephi, relieving me of a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. They do not hold back with the slang in this one. Woe is me. When I return, I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers. As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis comes into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the mantle of Shin grants its users a high degree of physical enhancement. There is no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prosthesis and augmentation. And depending on how it is used, the consequence it demands can reach levels comparable to the ego you use. You mean to say it exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you like. Yeah! I want to have the entire team taught by this man! From what I observed, it appeared to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, it is not unreasonable to assume that we can make use of it. Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research, and according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is, in essence, a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Yeah? Vespa's brows visibly twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Virgilius's lips. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title. The Yellow Harpoon. What do you mean? It's the fucking greatest. Well, it fits, I think. He's got those yellow stripes on his clothes, and he uses a harpoon, too. Can you argue with that? If I were to exaggerate, even Sinner Yi Song's pre-contracted self could manage to learn it. Dog, you don't have to fucking throw shade at him like that. Daddy's awful. You're so mean. Why must this self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison? Well, 'cause you're the wimpiest one here. Don't let it get to you. Oh, poor boy. Even so, it would be a mistake to assume it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. As you are bound by contract as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited, unless you rely on particular identities or come upon an extraordinary circumstance. Shame that. Would have been useful. Hey, then what about me? Can I learn it too? Kira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the middle nurse father didn't use any Shin or Mon. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that. Ha! It wasn't that he didn't teach you. He couldn't. He was a man who probably had never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of comprehending such a power in the first place. You know what? I need to check something after this stream. I need to check if Matthias learned, or not Matthias, fucking Ricardo learned this. Because if he doesn't know it, I don't think anybody in the middle can use it. Vespa's responses always come back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns to the topic of the fingers. Kira must have noticed too. Or perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes, you will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is, assuming the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal. Closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line and you will be the one who pays the price. The yellow blur? No, I got it, alright? If y'all want an alternate, like, color title for him, I got it. The yellow wasp. Or the yellow jacket, just for a funny pun, you know? Get it? Because, like, yellow jackets are bugs, and his distortion is, like, wasp wings. I thought it was funny. There was nothing in what Virgilia said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LCE researchers, and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together. Not contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings toward her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners slipped back into their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about whatever happened around OCE. The examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. Before we knew it, Hohenheim and Ryōshū returned. Yay! Jesus Christ, that really felt like it took an hour. Actually, that whole thing felt like it took a fucking hour. Renketsuen. What the fuck? To present the conclusion first, no, the notion of the sword being a sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade, but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature, yes. That would be the most appropriate description. So, Ryōshū has her own ego. That isn't just the other ego. Not a sentient sword, huh? Ryōshū's grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver almost as if it had taken offense. Somehow, I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. I assume that they asked whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Araya's ego, if you read the flavor text. You know what? I don't read. I don't fucking read. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable, and that the reconstitution of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility. The probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. With today's technology, Jesus Christ. Researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances, but in the terminology of lay people like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? There is no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present manager, Dante. Such matters are reserved for scientists to hold on to. Right. But we may have uncovered a thread. Something that could lead to restore Sinner Ryōshū's memories, though, again, that too is a mere possibility. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis on the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. He should still be in the ring nurse father's quarters. That will be all. Hohenheim cut himself off there, clamping his mouth shut as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he constructed in our conversation. Alright then, before we go, anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze. The sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. But going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving, it's pretty clear to me that they'd been intently listening on our conversation. Where are we to go? Right. Sorry, I forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, Ryōshū, and I have been checking where each backdoor leads. Oh, and Kira too. The prisoner of war, executive manager. You talking about me? Yeah, I guess. I'm working with them too, yeah. Best remember to tread carefully. Should you even cause the slightest harm to the executive manager, you will be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, whatevs. Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people just to be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight into the ring's corridor. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff's hand shot up the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, executive manager. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. Your recognition of loyalty honors me, executive manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone your concern about the peril of working with a prisoner of war, so liable to betray. To have you... Oh, okay, fucking dog. You need a license for this level of meat riding. For real. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command. This cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You've made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just kneel over the moment you summon me. Feels a bit dodgy. Better I stick by your side and scrap it out myself. You probably don't need me to come along then. I guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. A research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it has found closure. I don't think I can be much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. I will follow you if that is your order, manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. It'll probably be okay. I can always summon them again if things get too dangerous. For now, I should go see Alan again. You know what? He does. I'll think about, like, I'm thinking like Alan about this, right? He kind of does have the face that still screams Alan from Smiling Friends, like the, we need to go through the back door. Okay, so like 15 is not bad. Just for this, put you on. Yeah, that sounds about fine.
엘보 침식도 양호. 아마도.
Like, okay, I'm just gonna read this out and see if you agree. Ah, you have arrived. I was waiting for you. We sifted through and isolated the doors with the highest probability of leading the ring's gallery. It kind of works. The next step would be enter the alternate door you mentioned, but hold up a second. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell us about gates? Doors? Yup. That door over there? Pretty sure it connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw Albina going in, all hyped about some canned whatever it was. That wooden door with bandages wrapped around the handle. Pop would go there to cross out vengeances. From what the book said, it's probably a turf protected by a thumb subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier, when she offered only vague snippets about just even a single door, here it was now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seemed solid, even to someone as clueless about the back door as me. She's far more cooperative than anticipated. Even after that Alan character roughed her up from what I hear. Yeah, you'd think she'd clam up out of spite. I wonder if she changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guard down, Executive Manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. Frickin', I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know. Alright then. Based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. Alan tinkered with the devices around him and flashed a couple of doors with blue light. Guess that means we can start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? They all look about the same, just start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached for the nearest door as Heathcliff told me to, Ryōshū suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door. It feels familiar. You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Ryōshū stopped speaking from when a fragmented memory painted over in parts slipped into my mind. Sorry. It hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk. But I don't recall much about it. That memory just now. Could it be tied to Araya? Let's start with that door. Okay, this one, yeah? Here we go. Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. And this place is... Oh! This is actually kind of like a nice little park area. Judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare city located within a nest. Most likely a park. Every sod walking here is dragging some animal along. Means they got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place. The walk, the past Ryōshū mentioned in her memory, and the sight of people fussing over their pets, the pieces clicked together, and I voiced the other memory I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy, though. Saru was a bit bigger than I then. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, poor baby! Look at him! No! Oh no! They wrapped you up like that? Oh boy! Look at him! His tail's like tucked in too. You know this dude's like anxious as fuck. Oh. Oh. Why isn't she getting any bigger? I gave her lots to eat. Oh, I know. Want to go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Saru? Yeah! There's this workshop Dad always visits. The door there is connected to a park. We can go right now. Oh, they're excited. Hell yeah. Very cute, very deserving of pets, absolutely. Ryōshū's childhood memory burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid? Verily, such gentleness doth seem most unlike the young Ryōshū. Oh, they can see it now. Hey, clock. Who said you could show them my memories willy-nilly? No, come on, you know it's not something I can control. GG. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of Ryōshū's past. This time, though, her memory seemed to manifest for everyone around. Just like we experienced in H-Corp, with Hong Lu. Which probably means... Ariel's staring at me. That's so random. What the hell? Did you not just see that? Did you not see that just now? See what? You guys zoning out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Then again, unlike how it was between Lin Dai-yu and Hong Lu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryōshū. I guess it makes sense. Was that adorable hound thy companion of old, young Ryōshū? Indeed, my one and only best friend. Because of that, Saru would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment, with a spiral driven through her. The first ever leash. Looking back, it might have been a kinder fate had she died sooner. Yeah, honestly, I fucking hate that bitch Shiomi. Fuck her. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal. How can such wickedness be born? What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain, and I shut myself in my room, crying. You were? Not someone else? Who else? Of course it was me. Even after witnessing the fragment of hit memory, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution. Said he would give me a gift the next day. And what I received was... something he called the Beast Bone Blade. A tanto that would whine and yelp in Saru's voice with every swing. Ew, no way. I always knew there was something creepy with Robo-Unk. So that's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Saru. That tanto was alive. Did you just say a lot? Holy fuck, oh, fuck the ring, 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 fuck the ring! Bloody hell. Right nutter, that psycho. Her eyes, her eyes were embedded in it like adornments, and they stare at me in accusation. The tiny heart beat as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time. My own hands. Got me thinking after all that. How do you still mess with that art thing? Let's be honest. After seeing something like that, you'd want to steer clear as well, huh? Yeah. Right? Those things he called artworks were also cursed. Straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out other Ring artworks outside Albina or Nosferatu, so maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that. But yeah, their stuff never gave me any art vibes for real. I thought the same. Oh, I was terrified at first. Yet as I learned more, there were some facets that suited my taste. Thou findest appeal in those grotesque creations? From what you've told me about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. The uncanny, the horrible, there's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. Ah, but bloody hell, how do you end up getting used to that kind of thing? Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it. That bastard Callisto's installation artworks caused night terrors and nightmares for... Uh-oh. Combat finally. The scabbard moved, and Ryōshū came to a pause. It trembled, but there was once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. I feel like if Ryōshū asked, Callisto could make Syrup a living blade and is capable of feeling incapable of feeling pain. Probably. Anything, really. Night terrors. Crying from nightmares. In the House of Spiders. There was actually someone who got scared to bring stuff back in your day. I need to check something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, let's. Nothing else worth checking around here anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryōshū back. She stood in front of the artworks covered in... Oh, fuck. The theme is back. Right here. There used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing he needed to practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Mommy? What's wrong? Over there? I thought I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, you've returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation art of a somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. Mommy? People were screaming. Oh my god. She's actually back. Dearest Yoshihide, Araya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. It would. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Araya will. And oh, she's back. Let's get you back to our room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Saru? No. Too big to be Saru. The lacerated memories can never be made whole with no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryōshū everything we knew about Araya, but it would never truly reach her. I see. This hollow void. This must be Araya. The sensation and emotion for what's been emptied to begin to tangle Ryōshū with Ryōshū's memories. That makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with this small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Alan pointed out, but unfortunately none of the places we ended up stirred Ryōshū's memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. What the? How'd they get in here? Startled, Kira pointed ahead, where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh, hidden behind a tent of sorts. Those ring assailants from before? Didst thou not say thou hast sealed that door earlier? How then do these villains come to stand before us once more? They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route. Another back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be the retrieval of Nurse Father's artworks. Get on with it. We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, but I thought Robo-Unk was washed. He's got so many fanboys and fangirls here. Huh. Does his artwork possess value in and of itself? Or is this just a case of posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are of little value to both our companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them. Pretty funny. But imagining how those pieces will be labeled by some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on their description plaques. Pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting those objects for now. They will likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and LCE personnel stationed here, Executive Manager. It will be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Otis is right. Better wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we got another job to do. Lend me a hand. The radio didn't buzz with the Sinner's replies this time, but it should be fine.
내가 응원하는 게 도움이 되겠구나. 힘내게 해보자고.
Go for him. Let's see. What would a K-Corp ampule do to one of the artworks? That's a good question. What would a K-Corp ampule do to it?
방금 공격. 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이
제압
될지도
완료.
몰라.
Thank you, Hod.
상담에서 알려준 대로 잘했어. 역시 상담 프로그램을 진행한 건 잘한 일이야.
Seeing that fucking slow swing.
요즘 고민거리는 없어? 혹시라도 일하는데 힘든 점이 있다면 언제든지 나와 상담해줘.
Oh, you bastard. Oh, let's see.
제약 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아.
Like, would they heal the pain of this and just get it imported into?
완벽한
Probably.
공격이었어.
Because it doesn't work like winding the clock back, you know? It's not necessarily a previous state, it's more just like healing their wounds, but Jesus Christ, that's no more than a wound.
조금만 더 힘내자. 이제
탈출
정말
개체 확인.
개체의 제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
Oi. Bang bang.
탕.
Bang bang. It looks so goofy. It looks so goofy on Talisman. We need an actual health like on the bottom before we go for him, please. Put Talisman Sinclair on the rooster. He machine gun fires through Talisman as he speed slams into the guy. It's so funny. If I ever make burn team for him, then yeah.
이 정도쯤이야?
But like, I might just end up using Dawn off Sinclair because fuck
아까처럼만 해.
Ryōshū.
그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야. 유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
Oh my god, he just almost faded
방금까지
into the
제대로
night.
할
Did you
뻔했어.
see that?
돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는걸?
Gone. Hello guys, what's fighting? We're fighting. We're fighting just regular thousands.
정해! 이 정도쯤이야?
Fighting some furries.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로
Big,
돌아가라.
big because true.
방금은 전략이 승리.
태어난
계속
곳으로
밀어붙이자.
돌아가라.
You know what? I love the fact that Kira's on our team, but she definitely gives like she doesn't have that same
방금까지
energy,
제대로
and
할
I'm pretty
뻔했어.
sure that's because of the middle
돌아가면
tattoos
맥주라도
are gone.
사야겠는걸?
She has that character, that feeling of like, oh, whenever you beat the boss character and you get the nerfed version of them, you know? Oh yeah, big damage. Finish it off.
방심했고
I will say that I do like the designs of the ring Favists. Like,
정해!
they're pretty neat.
이 정도쯤이야? 이 정도쯤이야?
Nice.
사기가 꺾였군. 이 기회에 마음껏
And just
공격해보자.
get rid of them. Get rid of them. I love my gun team.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로
Dead.
돌아가라.
I do wonder if you'll see my Dawn off and Talisman outfit. I mean, maybe, but it might have like I don't know about like support units and what's it called? Support units and facades. With this, the last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? Ryōshū kept glancing around as if searching for someone. Fortunately, no other ring members were in sight. Right, but where the hell were those lot coming from anyways? weren't just the first wave. And more of the sods legging it from the back like they've been lurking somewhere else. According to the tracking logs mentioned by the surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed from another corridor. Another corridor? What precisely does this designation "another corridor" refer to? The room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with batches of toys on display. Your company, if I recall directly, designated as the corridor of the middle nurse father. Oh. I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks here have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all of their connections loci. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as if she were going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it and she just locked in on a decision. Sure, I got stuff to tell you, like hella stuff. Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. And it was home for me and Papa, so I got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker's room as a home. My memories of it are all fragments at best. The scabbard gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryōshū in the only way it could. Accompanied by its tremors, we began our move toward the corridor of the middle. You know, I wonder if we're going to see some... Yeah, like, from what I understand, this might just be Canto 9-2, Electric Boogaloo, where we're learning more about the backstories on some of these guys. And I'm kind of glad that we are.
괜찮은 예술을 보나 했더니 벌써 목, 애를 전부 채웠군.
Going back to school.
방지할
You
사고도.
know what? Here, I have an idea. Put you there.
이 소리는 폭풍인가?
Let's see. Yeah, I like this.
강습 준비 완료.
The tattoos on her legs are gone? Yeah, you're right. I guess I hadn't noticed that. Well, of course I wouldn't have been able to notice it. Her fucking pants are on. Like, how do you know that? How do you know that, Bug? Heck, they swiped everything that wasn't nailed down. Huh. Fret not, I espy tither half of thy worldly possessions. Articulated fixer figurines, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, Kay. I had hella many of them anyway. My TV's gone. Couch, too. As Kira said, only a conspicuous empty space was left where the television and family couch used to be. Oh, those? LCE researchers hauled them away. From the sound of it, they're going to set them up in their staff lounge. As for the leather and the ornaments, they said they'd be selling them off. Yeah? Oda seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with fade nonchalance. Who knows, with sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'd become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much? I never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell you all about what I know, so come this way if you want. These two doors here are made from paper and wood. They connect to S Corp. And that one reinforced with steel, that one leads to V Corp. To V Corp back streets where, having lived here and made frequent use of the doors herself, Kira was clearly the right person for the job identifying where each door Wayfarer Company has asked us to explore led. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors one by one. Good work. All data seems to match. Thank you for your cooperation. So there was just one back door left to open. I know this isn't anything new, but I've got to say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient. And portals, too. It ain't doing anything shady like warp trains either, is it? Yours is as simple as turning the knob and entering. Seems to me you'll outplace your business rival in no time. I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment when it comes to using back doors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over the current W Corp, I'll take that as a compliment. Wait, no, can't we? We love current Warp Corp though. We love them. They've never done anything wrong. Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said. While this has been a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality of information you have provided, do understand that Wayfarer Company's primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on a pathfinding journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities whose exact natures haven't been even confirmed yet. That appear in the liminal space between paths. It also costs a pretty penny to keep the secured path, well, secure. I'd say our operating cost is on a rather steep side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. The arm tattoos aren't purple anymore. I hadn't noticed that because I don't look at shit like that detail. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. Must be one of his precautions, just in case. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction are anything are hints that he simply seemed too much to be fazed by most horrors. Still, our work's gotten considerably easier for this job thanks to help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership was working much better than I expected. Very well then, let's take a look at the last door. Ah, this is where Papa used to walk through all the time. I followed Kira into the door. At the second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar, salty smell tickled the tip of my nose, one of my claw cans. This connects to somewhere in the general Great Lake area, it seems. Welcome to U-Corp's giant Stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute. It's that place, isn't it? That port ship that has Salon de Molu. De Molu. The private hair salon. Oh. Wait, please tell me he's back. Please tell me he's back. Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder, as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him. Ooh, doth it signify then that we shall finally be made an audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo most luscious? Quit with that luscious nonsense, lass. Why encourage me now when you're so cavalier about blasting my villainous arse back to the lake? Indeed. Alas, 'tis true that punishment wrought upon our merry band has severely outweighed the crime, wouldst thou not agree, young Heathcliff? That to put the coupons to use would remedy thy pain a smidge. Ah, bugger it. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anyone. Sweet, then can I use them? We were regulars at the Molu place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle fam for a favor, and he'd bring loads of coupons from back home. They give away a hair coupon every 10 visits, you see, so what am I even yapping about, all excited? Kira, who had seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause like a bike tripping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed a pebble away. Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me, so why? But it's also true these guys went out of the way to get me out of there even though they didn't know me so well. Why has it gotta be so complicated? Matthias gave you an anesthetic, BC? The hex of BC. Bowl cut. Bro, listen, like I said, that's not how you shorten these things. For some reason, Ryōshū seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Aww, she's momming again. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough, the Senders had less reason to voice their frustrations with Ryōshū's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about. Not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. If your conjecture is correct, Executive Manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along. At first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit, though. I know aught of that conflict within thee. Trifling and apocryphal it may be, yet we were all compelled to peer hintwards at the interest of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into, to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I needed to know these things if I wanted to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... He'd tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. Proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshihide learned this in 2 days, or, yo, this was Yoshihide's fave, you know? Too bad I wasn't here to tell you that his words weren't worth shit. I once thought of him as the same as you do now. A good man, at least among the nurse fathers. Caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day, I realized that he never understood the things I really cared about, even if his life depended on it. I fucking said this. I said this in my video. Literally. He's a piece of shit. One day, thou sayest. Pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of that man? That, I don't remember when or why. Just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit, I've never been to school. I never even thought of wanting to go to school. Matthias must have been talking out of his ass again. Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. What? Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw baby you going, "I'm off to school, Dad," in that video, so I'm pretty dang sure. But I don't... As Kira went on, Ryōshū's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. Couldn't blame her. So much of her memory had been mutilated. Ryōshū didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and had never even wanted to. I want to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from our past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Very well, Yoshihide. I'll register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There is, at a subsidiary of the Ring, academy. You sure it was a school? Not like an art academy or something like it? Perchance it to be an academy, not a school. Wait, that kind of makes more sense, yeah. What does this mean? What does this mean? Academy of Art. Ha! Ryōshū muttered a few words as they were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. Then, after a brief moment, she turned toward me with an astounded scoff and look of mild irritation. Clock, you deserve a smack. Then lightly smacked me upside the head with her scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have just been fine without it. But at least got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matthias. Dad, how do I go to a school? School, Yoshihide? Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need to go to such an institution where we nurse fathers are here to provide you with the education, all the education you require. You would later find our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the nest formulaic educational systems. But Dad, I saw him in a picture book, and I didn't have any friends here. Oh, Rian and his pointless... But it is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? I intend to send Yoshihide to an academy. It's good to see Rian again. I like him. My index minions. I intend to send Yoshihide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There is an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximately her age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. The prescript approves. But Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can. Hand puppet of the prescripts by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice? Of what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. Oh, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course I would, when all we ever did was nod along to the lecturers and spout purple prose, all the while making pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Our lesson today will focus on Corporus teachings. Now, take a good look at the diagram here and the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram, and... Who the fuck are you? Miffed child. I don't know why we're even learning about corporate stuff in this day and age. Oh god, there's more of you. Right? I don't get what the point of this slog is. Typing and shaping blood vessels to make a color that a drop of ink can do better. I read that in a book. I'm more excited to learn about cubist techniques than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even a part of the curriculum? Just boring, shallow gore stuff. No, it's... Yeah, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. What? Oh, are you mad because your daddy's a lame corporist? Oh, is he? No wonder her stuff is just... Ow! Oh, she just smacked him. I was taught that people who say bad things about my family get served to get their butt kicked. And bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reverence or attached to family like Matthias did either. It's gore slop. Yeah, that's literally what it is. Gore slop. It's just what I thought was taught to dislike. That's all. It's one of those tantrums kids at that age have. Kids will be kids and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey, buddy, you're home early. Oh, man, you must have been playing rough today, huh? You got dust all over. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? On my cheek, but it's okay, because I punched them this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where are you going? Oh, you know, just got some business to take care of. Why don't you sit tight and work on a coloring book? Daddy will be home before you know it. Okay. Is it bro business? No, it's family business. Oh, you know what? You know what? I'm not saying that he's a good guy. But you know what? The one moment that he wised up and kind of like, well, this isn't wising up. This is just going fucking overkill. This is more middle shit. I ain't seeing what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them snotty sods don't learn respect unless you beat them into it. Huh. If only I'd been a simple-minded fool like you, then the story would have ended right there with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. It never does. You hurt a member of the family, that automatically gets you written up in the book. Yeah, and he did what he did in the end. Oh, fuck! This kid's fucking crying! Huh? There you are, Yoshihide. Is class starting already? My diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after. Dad? I know. I said I'll be back before you know it. But I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bastards' tricky mazes. You know how they are. Oh yeah, and there's so many sniveling brats here. Well, as for their crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for you. Oh wait, hold up. I wanna check. Oh, there's the kid. His arm's fucking gone. It's funny, but he's still fucking bad. Oh my god. As for the instructors, well, anyone would agree that they did one sorry job of keeping these tykes under control. In that case, pursuant to Title II, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading. They clearly don't got much use for what sits on their shoulders, eh? Huh? How do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he? Such senseless, barbaric violence. Saw an edit of this where he was teaching chemistry. Needless to say, the children were crying, still crying and screaming. Uncultured, uncivilized animal. Do not be discouraged, dearest Yoshihide. I have eyed out yet another academy worth of your talents. It is a much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. What did the teacher even do? Didn't control the tykes. Don't wanna. Yoshihide? Can't believe Tonrep is laughing at Chop. Listen. It's called corporate punishment. Or corporal punishment. See, aren't we talking about corporalism? Or corporism right now? I don't want to go to an academy. I don't want to go. I don't need friends anyway. For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. Oh, there's that fucking little thorn that I was feeling. Hold up. See if I can get it out. Jesus Christ, that thing was fucking stabbing me. There's another one? God damn it. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about the things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety, because I was worried about, I don't remember what, but I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. So, whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly as Ryōshū recounted her past, soon began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. Ryōshū patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once a Raya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to me as almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryōshū's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking about his last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine's existence, unlike Araya's, was erased by the Golden Bough itself. Without this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the ring nurse father seems to have been the least awful parent figure in your childhood. Huh? Yeah. Didn't know that Robo-Unk was such a radical guy. He sent you to an academy like you wanted, even got angry on your behalf? I might need to make, you know what? Interesting. Oh. Hazy memories. Almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callista left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of head. Heads? Yes. Decapitated heads from the incident at the academy. Threaded them together in a sculpture. Thinking back, it was one sorry excuse for an art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought it was some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. Could have spared us the details, lass. Callisto's evil AF, but he's funny as hell. Yeah, honestly, kinda. Callisto was the best one. I don't know. I don't think that he's the best one. I'd say that he's probably like the second best, because Rian was also pretty good. With that, you guys want to head back? Hang on. What's up? Gonna get that luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it, you. That ain't it. Look over there. Those blokes walking out of the salon. Why are you guys everywhere? Favis, ain't they? They found us. Would not be odd to find a field branch of the Ring's art movement in different districts of the city, especially that of the Falvis scale. However, various evidence, such as their mask in the Fat Art group has immediately drawn their attention, suggests they are in the same pack as the one making regular incursions to the House of Spiders. Is LCB, speaking of Team Leader Alan, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. Then why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop! Bloody hell, what? Don't you know where you are? You're smack dab in the middle protected turf. Cause a scene and bros and sisters of the middle be here any second. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn the Ring's unwanted attention. We certainly don't want the middle coming after us to the House of Spiders too. Sounds like you got a good intuition. Talk. Ever played Whack-A-Mole? Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back through the door and I'll beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk through the door. She puts forth a sound strategy. Executive manager, as long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Well then, let's do as Kira says. That was quick. Alan blinked, shooting us a puzzled look as our entire squad came pouring through the door long before we finished the lockdown sequence. Due to newly emerging complications past the door, we have concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the Ring. This location, you say? Ah, wait, that door leads to a zone under a syndicate of wings protections, doesn't it? Better idea to fight here then. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. Wasn't long before the Favis began rushing through the open door. I didn't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but, well, it can't be helped. And I summoned the sinners back to work. You know, I haven't really paid attention to the music. Let me hear this. Like, oh, it's just the reused
최선을 다해보자.
music.
방금 벌레 말은 듣지 않는다는 사람 누구야?
It's the reused music, but hey, I'm not complaining. Gotta give it to the middle. Their themes are fairly cool.
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
I don't think Callisto is evil, and I think he's just an idiot for literally anything. I can kind of see your way of thinking in that.
정예 이름으로
방금 건 제대로 안 꺼냈어. 돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는걸?
이 정도쯤이야?
Banger alert? Yeah, it is pretty banger.
속에서
Ryōshū,
감내가
do
침.
some.
사랑으로 정예 이름으로
Do you think that sinners have a trauma response to electronic music? Yeah,
직원
absolutely
한
do.
명이 많이 위태로워 보여요. 어서 회복이 된다면 좋을 텐데.
만만찮겠군. 본인이
Like, absolutely. Even after Matthias dragged the middle's PR down, it's great. No one can deny the music
좋다.
talk.
좋아.
Yeah,
계속 집중하지.
listen, it's a good image that they present, right? But the problem lies in the fact that once you look past the flashiness of it all and the lusciousness of it all, they're just some crybaby bitches.
탈출 개체가 정리되었습니다.
제압 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아. 교육팀의 직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어.
Nice.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩
Thank you, Kira.
방금 건 제대로 안 꺼냈어. 돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는걸?
탈출 개체 확인.
You gotta give it to him. I always forget to like make her point negative. Oh, but this is a long fucking canto, dude. This is long as shit. Or long fucking
살고자 하는
what's
모든
it called?
것들과 함께.
Intervallo.
무덤으로 돌아가라.
방금 공격.
탕.
다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
Give me your banger when it is around. Yeah, that's fair enough. They make the experience more bearable. Yeah, clean up.
조금만 더 힘내자. 이제 정말 개체의 제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
Just kill him. Yeah.
상담에서 알려준 대로 잘했어. 역시 상담 프로그램을 진행한 건 잘하려고.
Yeah. Consistency.
정예 이름으로 나를 차
좋아. 방금은 전략의 승리야. 계속 밀어붙이자.
Kill him. The middle has always been evil. The only good member we've seen in the game is Fleetway, from what I remember. Auto just gets good reputation, all just showed us to beat us up. Nothing else. No, that's the thing. Like, after this, like, this game, everybody glazes the middle.
태어난
Fucking
곳으로
everybody does.
돌아가라. 태어난 곳으로.
Realistically, if you want like the safest option in like the city, I guess you could say that, like, I don't know, the ring's probably like the safest option, but you just gotta have some moniker of goodness, gotta have some sort of like moniker of talent and art in order to be like a middle member or to be a ring member.
빼면 아, 오늘은 제 사비로 손해를 메울 필요가 없네요.
Was diegetic because no warning to third trumpet played through the speakers. Library played music from people's hearts. What if Dante is a speaker for the OST? I don't think it works like that. I don't think it works like that. I'm actually going to be covering that in my upcoming video, which hopefully should be out soon. The one thing about Lobotomy Corporation, right, is the music goes on and on and on. It doesn't have like a lot of variation except for like in the chorus expressions, so it kind of makes people like get tired of it, you know. Welcome, Benue. Yeah, I already witnessed the Matthias thing. Okay, and that about wraps up Middle's Corridor. Thanks to you folks, we managed to cut the door cataloging workload by 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door, too. Made my life a whole lot easier. It's all thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Next up, the Thumbs Corridor. We actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we just need to check out some of the doors in the basement. Intel? The manager expresses interest in the aforementioned intel. Ah, that. In the Thumbs Corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the Thumbs members and the orders they are carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. The last entry was written not so long ago. While the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting, they helped us get an idea of where each door in the corridor leads to. Valencina's shitty scrap papers. She's been keeping up that useless shit this whole time. Useless shit? Remnants of her desperate search for a thread to cling to. You found one of her backup ticket hoards. I've marked any doors that need work with a drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of over here, so... I've been noticing this throughout our interactions. But whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it as though he didn't even register what was said. Recalling our conversation with Cesara back at P-Corp, that deeply uncurious indifference might just be one of the essential personality traits to go on as a corporate employee of the city. Understood. We'll explore the areas past the marked doors and return to here. Well, thanks a ton. With Alan returning to where the other Wayfarer Company's employees were huddled around, we decided to follow the corridor to the left. Oh, it has been scrapped. Hey, there's someone over in there. More of the ring, maybe? Going by their silhouettes, they're unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady, get out of my way so I can see. Detective, some stubbly guy I don't know, and an annoyingly airy dude. Yeah! Sounds like Moses, Gregor, and Honglu, respectively. Gregor's back! He's back! Yeah! Yeah, I love him! Oh my god, it's so good to see you back, my boy. I've missed you so much. And Moses too, but still, I'm glad to see I'm glad to see the 2 of them. Like literally, I've just seen Moses, but it's also just really good to see Gregor back. The trio's conversation grew clearer the closer I approached them. You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier. Fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall. This is the 3rd time it's occurred. We ought to discuss the issue with the manager at once this consultation's over. Wait, I didn't see Pablo. I can't see Pablo right now. Where the fuck is Pablo? I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Honglu's head. Where is he? Yeah, baby! Pablo is here too. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of... Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and the footage both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. we're right where it happened, but you're unstable, see? Huh. Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it's distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't even see the earliest importance of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or, I don't know. Maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needs to keep her shoes on, and it's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way. For me. Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. Sure about eavesdropping on him like this? That geezer's always weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's our chance to learn more about him. He's sharing such an intense story about himself, for once. Why walk away? Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretations of Ryōshū's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of the aspiration. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Otis stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She's listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep listening then. Otis was right. Damn it, she was right all along. War isn't over. It never was. And it can't be it can't ever be over as long as this fucking Joka gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. How? I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. But killing my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? I can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's unstoppable, like some kind of time bomb counting down to unleash a disease you never know when its symptoms will set off. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people began to spiral into self-hatred, stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard something. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that. At present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. We've still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually we'll have to. No matter what lurks in the past of us sinners, even if they have killed hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? We'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under that inevitable pressure? I see. You're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Well, that's... At first I thought I couldn't give a hoot about whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Honglu. We, the bus team, didn't exactly get off to a rocking good start. But through our journey, I've begun to think of you as my comrades. And I was okay with that, because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized that I'd grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstreet thug with this arm, I was relieved. One second, my cat is crying up a storm. Marcy, I hear you, okay? Where are you? You're good. She's fine. She's just chilling out on her little cat post. She might come up to see me in a bit, though. I had my door closed. Imagine that. The same arm. My arm. A weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the Smoke War. I'll be honest, when that Hohenheim fella said I was an exception, the thought alone made me hope. Exception. A potential to be harmless. Weaker than even a non-combatant like Yi Sang. It made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. And here she is. She's up on the bed now. Hey, Gritty. Hey, my girl. We all know how that went, though, didn't we? Blew up in the worst possible way. And after all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again, because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again. Because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. The same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly? Barely? Holding on to the idea that the living's gotta live on, and nothing else. This really brings me back years. Memories are so clear that it's like they all happened yesterday. Best you kick me off the bus before push comes to. That can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave with you. Dante and the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring you peace at your heart. While the Phantom has been wanting Gregor to be the strongest, he has only ever wished to be so weak as to not hurt anyone. I love him so much. Like, this is, like, you see this? This is the mindset of boy failure, alright? This is a boy failure right here, and I love him for that. He wants to be boy failure. Our debts can be reversed should an incident recur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can't be said for most people in the city. Now that's something I never expected to hear from you. I guess you're right. If we're seeing this through to any kind of end, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this one does. Boy, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Honglu. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Otis, Miss Moses, Otis, and even Valentina, that piece of work. We can't attach a number to our misfortunes, as if there's something to be measured. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distance you from the past, you'd come to a pause to spare a look toward a path you'd walked. All those years I let slip by, all those that slipped you by, are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, if there's one thing in common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. I sound too much like the cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying, and the wounds they left in my heart bled me dry. But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from that corner you're hiding in. Aw, man, they knew I've been dropping eaves this whole time. I was actually waiting for just the right moment to come out to say a few words, but I couldn't find an appropriate moment to... well. I would have had to share this with Manager Bud or the rest of you fellas sooner or later, so I don't really mind, but... What's she doing here? I guess assistance, some temporary ally? No, temporary accompaniment. Don't be an asshole. I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on a theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Kira, do you know which door the Thumb's nurse father was most attached to? Huh? No. Duh. Duh. That's supposed to be obvious? Didn't you guys all see her? You think she just chat up a scary lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever-loving shit out of Lucio every time I saw them. No, she's not wrong. She's not wrong. Oh, yeah. And he went down fighting you guys to the end, huh? Yeah. Said stuff about her generosity and all that and fought till he died. Oh, my girl. Oh, my girl. Damn. That's unexpected. Being real for a sec here, I thought he was totally gonna swap sides. Really? That lad? Why is that? You know, the vibes. You guys don't know because you haven't seen him long without the scary lady always looming over him. What's up? Gonna stab her right in the spine? You. Look, I think you might be training wrong. Because, like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about sword swings from this comic book. That is not how my master instructed me. I'm glad that we're going to see some more Lucio characterization. The textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation if it means to repay the debt it owes her. Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? Bro, the heck you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshihide even came home. Suppose textbook and I had that in common. If this one doesn't know, let me redirect that question towards you, Sinner Ryōshū. Hopefully this touches upon one of your more intact memories. I yearn for a world where Lucio lives. Alas, that is not the kind of city we live in. You know what? Lucio was too good for the House of Spiders. Way too good for it. Do you know which of these doors the Thumb Nurse father showed particular attachment to? Or the door she used most often? Why ask me? Fine, yes I do remember. Don't even need clock help to piece this back together. It's that one. The door with metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit, I almost died out there. Son of a bitch, a fucking fly. Where do those G-Corp fucks even drag those gross pests from? Mom, are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really. I'm fine. You know I don't break easy. You should have been there to see me tear the head off that G-Corp vermin, Ticket. But Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission. Boy, they really can't do this shit without me, huh? So much for a break. That's fucking... God, I'm so glad she died. Fuck is this? Bandages for you. Is this kid serious? They got truckloads of expensive treatments on the ready to patch me up the moment I get back to the feet. Well, okay, never mind that. Hey, this works. Mom? Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some swords techniques once I'm back. Must have been her years in the smoke war. Yeah, fighting in the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. Interesting. So she was actually in the smoke war, or she was in the House of Spiders while the smoke war was going on. The timeline is starting to add up. But she marched to every battle with a smile. Stop drinking. Stop beating me too. Like a blissful idiot who forgot she was still neck-deep in an inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, the ironic peace didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, she called someone the concierge of the Thumb and visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. And that's when she went right back to drinking herself into a shit-faced stupor day after day. The beatings returned, and so did the edge in her profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on. Why, though? Sure, I was on the losing side. Wasn't Valentino on the winning side? A war hero at that. Ever heard of the regulation that prevents smoke war participants from moving into I Corp and K Corp nests? The common thread between these post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. I see. There must have been things going on behind the scenes there, too. But doesn't that mean the backdoor will drop us into a trench they dug during the war? Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it. Wait, me? Yes, others can do it for you, but what would be the point? You sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him in any way. King of Ravens, what do you, the House of Spiders, was peaceful during the White Nights? Maybe a little peaceful. We do not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of his sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then, what? It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. It's the other way around, isn't that so? If you can come to understand that the war is really over, and that what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, is not necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphose at any moment. While our suggestion may seem blunt, it is one of the basic treatment principles of M-Corp's psychotherapy centers. Fine then. Guess I'll open it up. Gregor walked to the door, grabbed its handle, then paused, taking slow, deep breaths. And with one arm, he gently opened the door. Oh, it's Toma! What the fuck? Why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front lines with our G-Corp banner held high. I don't want to die. It's nice to have a place to go back to. Oh, right. Happy 15th birthday. But you can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests were far more messed up than I ever was. Ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You were nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. I thought I'd woken up from the dream, but I was still... Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Please, not again. Okay, thank God.
곧 작전 시작이군. 그러니 다들 곧 작전 시작이군. 그러니 다들
Wait. What do you
내
mean?
시야에서 벗어나지 마. 곧 작전 시작이군. 그러니 다들 내 시야에서 벗어나지 마.
What the fuck? Wait, hold on. Are y'all seeing that? That's a fucking glitch.
곧 작전 시작이군.
Okay, that's
그러니
weird.
다들
But yeah, he's back!
시야에서 벗어나지
Yay!
지위를 받는 건 오랜만이.
녹슨 총에 날카롭지 않은 화살.
관리인가.
지령을 받았습니다.
You.
왔군. 복제팀의
유.
협조가 필요한 거지.
You.
부름이라면
다들
의르로군.
잠수 준비 끝.
Gregor is no longer in Roach Jail. This place. Eh? It's just a boring old office. I was kind of ready to be shook. Thinking we were about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Of course I do. My last job before Limbus Company. And my desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellas. While you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. Lets you hide from the boss man. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? You can do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or even freak out and tear at the slightest sound of metal clinking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're a bother to other people. Oh, man. Gregor grins, a bitter mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this desk arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. Higher ups just had to holler, "Hey, vet hire!" and I'd scuttle right up to them, but others can't do that. So whenever people walked up to me from behind, I'm afraid that I might cause an accident. Vet hire. Must be about post-war veteran special employment. Right. But I couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gotten that job without it, you know. Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor? Head manager Ted. Who the fuck? White collar ass. What the fuck? Dog, it's so odd just to see this. Like, in an actual office. Gregor whipped around, his hand instinctively leaping to his other arm. There was an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. It really is you, Gregor. And I see some new faces with you. Oh, wait! Oh, your folks must be the account that guys on the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. Landed a new job, huh? I see you've got a new employee card right there. Well, so, how have you been doing? Me? Same old, same old. Well enough. It's not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? I'm not surprised you found new work so soon. You were always a dependable guy. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh, yeah, you were gonna sell that commemorative coin? Some kind of metal, right? Hope you got paid good money for that. Look at me. Asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say to that, huh? Moving on. I hope no one's hounding you with vet hire shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that there. Hey, that's good to hear, man. Glad you don't have to deal with that dank jackass of an exec VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. Man, you know what? This is a homie. Literally just a dude to sign game. You know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profiteered from the war, pulling himself up by his bootstraps, about how in every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I'm preaching to the choir, aren't I? That guy, huh? Is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? His seat misses his ass every day. Oh, and get this. Remember how we used to call you special employment fellas Nepo Force? A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lining his pockets with kickbacks when we were choosing the fixer office for a partnership project. There's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, you know, an actual Nepo? Thought he's the president's family. Yeah, man, it's that bad. It's whatever anyone ever talks about the eye of the water cooler. Okay, it is so foreign to me, right? To think that there's just like a regular office job inside of the city, you know? It's so odd to think that, you know? If there's anything I learned here, that it's people obsessed with back in my days are all kind of like him. They hate how their glory days are behind them. Kind of like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, a Backstreet's kid like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I'll look back and it's all doom and gloom, you know? If you ever hit rock bottom, you also know the only way left to go is up. You said something like that before, yeah. Yeah? That's my own brand of bullshit prop and philosophy. Oh boy, look at me, running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. That's a pretty unique prosthesis you've got there. No worries, but it seemed that you were on your way to submit those proposals. Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Water cooler has the best fucking water. Yeah, dude, this water cooler could never beat the LobCorp water cooler from Moss's campaign. Go watch that, by the way, alright? And I'm gonna we're trying to schedule the second half. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, eh? Let's go out and catch up over a drink or something. Sure, if I get the chance. The man who seemed like Gregor's former co-worker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. God, I've got cat hair in my mouth now. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Moses, who had been quietly observing... Oh my god. Eh. Yeah. It's one thing about these cats. They shed like nobody's business. Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former co-worker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer a certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it does not mean that we're bidden to live through the nightmare of the past over and over again. Hey, Jacka, you know what I'm talking about. Both Ezra and I, we're both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include in your memory the fact that the war isn't indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. Gregor stared at his arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Manager Bud. Can't say I can give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that, though. I'll manage, but it's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same to those suffering from the cruelty inherent in living. Still, live on. Just live on. Yet even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes take on a desperate and unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. I can't stay, but I wanted to say hi and hope you have fun. Thanks, Roland. Appreciate you coming by. Today, the gloomy gray seemed to give way to just a hint of the blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated that sky. It'd probably take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted, but Don't you worry. I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from his past. We emerged from the door. We saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn. Wait, I don't even think she followed us through the door. Were you here the entire time? Yes, I was told by that Allen figure that someone has to stay behind and watch the door during these operations. So I stayed and... Oh man, it's these asshats again. Weird. The corridor's not a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. I look past Otis just to see more Favis pouring in through the corridor at a different back door. They must be trying to find a way to get into the Ring Nurse Father's corridor. Oh, we can't just let them through, can we? Kill them all! Ah, jeez, these guys just fucking show up. Yeah, this goated theme again.
이번 역경을 헤쳐나가기만 하면 능력을 기를 수 있을 거야. 비록 그 과정에서 희생이 나올 수 있겠지만 내가 세피라로서 너희가 죽지 않도록 도와줄게.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
좋아. 방금은 전략의 승리야. 계속 밀어붙이자.
Man, I love these facades. That's all I gotta say.
방금 공격 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
Oh, y'all saw it. Y'all saw it. 6-7. 6-7. Learn to quit. God, these fuckers are annoying. Even more annoying than the other. Literally.
제압 완료.
What away?
상담에서 알려준 대로 잘했어. 역시 상담 프로그램을 진행한 건
가만히 있어.
잘한 일이야.
The Favis that everyone invited. No, fucking nobody did.
한 방 먹였네. 이 기세를 모아서 뚫어보자고.
Alright,
만만치 않겠군. 본인이 하지.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야. 앞을 밟히자.
Yeah, good to see him again.
후회할 것이 잘 보이도록. 좋은 판단은 아니었어. 머리 좀 식히고 다시 가보자고.
탕탕.
Yeah, they should be wearing ant bits through how many tracks they slid through. Real, literally real.
이 정도쯤이야? 바이올렛 브레이크스.
Thank you.
방금 건 제대로 안 꺼냈어. 돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는걸?
No. Could use some that.
제압 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아. 교육팀의 직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어.
You know who else is getting hungry? Cats. After this next story bit, I'll probably have to take a small water break and a break to feed the
살고자
cats.
하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
마침표를.
No way you win that. Oh my god. Good shit, boss.
이쪽으로.
조금만 더 힘내자.
내가 안전하게
이제 정말
지켜줄 테니까.
개체의 제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
탈출 개체 확인.
There we go. You put sheet on as a skin for a dog. You know, I know that somebody's happy about it. And I know that somebody about the facade is Welvader. Welvader can finally have his first team.
탕.
Yeah, good shit, Kira. It's looking like that Kira is like slowly transferring over to our side, which I like. It'd be neat to have like a what's it called? Oh fuck.
이런. 적의
Oh,
일격에
fuck.
우리 아군이 심하게 다친 모양이야. 이쪽 버틸 수 있겠어?
전부
내가
녹여서
안전하게
썰어버려도
지켜줄 테니.
상관없지?
탈출 대체가 정리되었습니다.
다음 목표로.
Nice, nice. Kill him, kill him. Next intervallo, it would be nice to get Shi people in Shi Association, more Shi Association members next intervallo. And please, for the love of God, Project Moon, do not make a repeat with Shi Faust. That was just terrible.
살고자
Just
하는 모든
just the
것들과
worst.
함께 무덤으로 돌아가라. 속삭.
방금의 공격은 다른 팀에게도
배고프야.
보여줘야겠어요.
증폭.
분명
Bamboo-headed
배울
Kim
점
next
많을
intervallo.
거예요.
I mean, I guess we could get like an upgraded Bamboo-headed Kim, you know, but like we already have a Bamboo-headed Kim, you know. By the way, Tony, did you see the teaser for the next ID? Yeah, it's bum-ass middle ID.
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을 보나 했더니
I gotta admit, he
벌써
does have
목
the aura, you know.
애를 전부 채웠군.
Alright, this is gonna be another combat encounter, most
방지할
likely,
사고도
so
해야 할
I
뒤처리도
am
없나.
gonna just take a small break. I'm gonna go get some
돌아가자.
water, and I'm going to feed my cats. I suggest everybody else do the same as well, because well, my voice is shot. Oi! I'll be back. back, and I got popcorn. Because my ass is hungry. I slightly burnt it, but like, I like my popcorn like that. If you don't like burnt popcorn, you're weird.
총은
Yes.
수지 타산에 맞게 한 발에 한
Crispy
놈씩.
popcorn, yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying this into an ASMR stream. Once we dealt with the Falvis, who invaded the Thumb-Nurse Father's destroyed corridor, we left for the indexes. And ran into a few familiar faces waiting for us at our destination. Huh? Don't you guys have today off? Yeah, but I thought we might as well come along. You know, you keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something, so I decided it might actually be more convenient for us to be there with you in person. Your summoning occurred at the most unideal moment. Now, I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you summoned me, I was leaning over snacks topped with a bunch of whipped cream. Today I learned that blacking out and waking up to a me-shaped indent in a cake I was about to chow down doesn't make for a very relaxing break. Sorry about that. I just checked in with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know. I'm tagging along because I need some exercise. That's all. I appreciate the additional assignments. Now, if you could share any information you know about yet another corridor. I hang out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was a super clingy and annoying little... no, that wasn't the masked dude. There was this other, Is there something you don't remember? Alright, Kira probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. Is that someone who used to live here? Yeah, well, Sora was the Index apprentice, so she probably lived here. Forsooth, the Index apprentice. Oh. Pray tell, wherefore is it that the middle, the thumb, and the ring each have apprentices, but yet the Index and Pinky lack them? It would indeed be quite odd if a mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Retrace I might my collections, yet I find I like it like following a trail of odorless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone. I can't... The representations of the Pinky and Index apprentices are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded and reduced them to an intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear the same impression from someone else rather than for myself for once. As it seemed that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices, I retraced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora. My favorite little girl failure. I miss her. She was cute. And not little girl, I just mean girl failure, you know? That'd be weird. Huh. She doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. Well, the Ryōshū cut her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events with a critical part missing between them. I can almost imagine her giggling to herself like a creepy loner, and she probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime. I see. So that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave. Ryōshū? Let's say the words made of strings or threads, Clock. With every slash, this blade would be cutting through the flow of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you'd think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. But now that you piece some of it together, it's almost... Instead of elaborating further, Ryōshū fell silent again, save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash. Like she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn, that totally breaks the meta. Okay, thank you, Kira. I had a vague idea of how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing feats. Papa had to go through 4 ramp-up stages and remove seals to, like, even make full use of his sword. Honestly, yours needs a trade-off. Your sword totally power creeps Papa's. T.O. There's plenty already. Oh, so true. Yeah, slicing your memories away is one hell of a trade-off. Sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this corridor. Ah, I've got one. I don't know where it leads, but the index guy used it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. That poses unlikely. They rarely they rarely gather in big groups. That's pretty unlikely. Okay, I was close. I was close. Ow! What was that for, Ryōshū? What? Wait, did you just hit me with that sword handle? I didn't do anything. But I saw it. I saw Ryōshū's scabbard, Araya, suddenly jerking to the side, prodding Sinclair like was annoyed by something. I won't stand this shit. I'll slit your until you can barely walk. I swear, this isn't slander or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard it left a mark on my arm here. Well, I don't want to read too much into it, but the scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something. She's so random. The Labubu disapproves. Stop interpreting for her. This is why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. He's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating for her somehow. Araya? Wait, that voice just now. It sounded a lot like Araya, so she's still in there. Dante, you saw that too, right? Ryōshū didn't do anything. Wait, really? It wasn't her? Nope. And it's decided. To be fair to Sinclair, no one else but I saw in full detail on how the scabbard came to be. Which means, like, that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams the scabbard poked him of its own volition. It doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard that voice either. Damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh? Well, the lad's been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. Kira directed us toward an almost disturbingly normal wooden door. So featureless that I could have mistaken it for any of the doors we'd walked past in other nests. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through it. I think this leads to a basement. And emerged what appeared to be an almost dungeon-like basement area. Whenever the masked unc's beeper rang, he'd walk through this door. So, who are they? The index. Signs of life. There were people living down here up until just a few hours ago. Why are you here, paper slips? We were only executing the prescript. I'm so glad to see them. It fills me with joy. I've had it with these prescripts. Well, at least yours don't make any annoying beeps. The basement was stocked up with shelf-stable and non-perishable food. And the cells were all completely empty, save for what looked like a makeshift bathroom in each of them. It is likely that this dungeon, when used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? This room seems to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among Faust's conjectures, it's that the captives were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking. Sounds like that guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Wait. That staircase right there leads up. Let's check out what's... Friggin' annoying, man! What the heck are you doing? You cannot enter through this door. Oh, I see. Another griefer body blocking the doorway. Move. I need to see something. The will of the prescript forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. Well, what do we do? Is it worth forcing our way in there? They seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I prefer if we stayed as far as possible from anything that has to do with the gods. I mean, prescripts. But nothing in this basement gives me any indication where this door connects. Otis? index? Possible? Otis is right. We're gonna have to get upstairs somehow if we want to get an idea of where this door leads. Brienne's been using this basement, but I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that this door connects some basement is more than enough intel to cross it off the list. Still, if it has anything to do with Ryōshū's memories... Alright then, let's push through. Executing your command, Executive Manager. The will of the prescript is absolute. Is it though? Is that a theory you've heard? I don't know. Could be nice.
내가 응원하는 게 도움이 되긴 하려나? 힘내긴 해보자고.
Well, we're around star of the city range. Low star of the city at that, though. Oh! Focus encounter.
정확하게.
Does it sound like the meme?
편히
Meme rep?
쉬시게.
I am meme rep. But right now I am stream
아까처럼만 해.
rep.
그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
It would be neat to see more index members. Maybe some proselytes?
차라리
아무것도
well,
남지 마라.
Nightmare. So still on break. Okay. I was just making sure.
다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로
I almost thought
남기면
that we were. I forgot that like the one app for proselytes is the thumb.
쏴야 할 때가 왔군.
조금만 더 힘내자. 이제 정말 개체의 제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
You go there. You go there. Oh yeah, you're not. No.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
Man, what the fuck are these coin rolls right now?
앞을 밝히지. 후회할 것이 잘 보이도록.
I hope the eating ASMR isn't too gross for people. I'm sorry.
사기가 꺾였군. 이 기회에 마음껏 공격해보자고.
만만찮겠군. 본인이 하지.
Die.
움직임이 어설퍼요.
속상. 살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
우효타 좋아. 계속 집중하자.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라. 탈출 개체가 정리되었습니다.
직원들이 개체를 제압하는 데 성공했어요.
Well, he's the last one.
이걸로 많은 피해를 예방할 수 있을 거예요.
Okay.
타겟 포착. 1시 방향.
Yeah, Gumshoe is like just such a fun idea.
제압 완료.
제압 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아.
The extra damage really fucking.
그 팀의 직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어.
사랑으로 아르크차.
그 삶의 마침표를 마무리를.
오케이.
다음 목표로.
Bam. Thank you.
쏴야 할
You know,
때가
does it
왔.
just need, or does Kira seem
방금껏
like a
제대로
lot
안
more of
꺼냈어.
a competent
돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는걸?
ally than Zichun was? I mean, obviously, I guess she's more powerful. It's just like compared to like what was going on. Like I guess comparatively, yeah.
만만찮겠군. 본인이 하지.
지키기
It just
위해서
feels so weird having an ally who can actually do something for once, you know?
움직임이 어설퍼요.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
방금의 공격은 다른 팀에게도 보여줘야겠어요. 분명 배울 점이 많을 거예요.
Just shoots the revolver while he's slumped on a bench. Yeah. What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Araya, but in the presence of other apprentices,
Perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Deehui Star. Come on, it's not like I wanted to be the Deehui Star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So, what's upstairs? I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? Those of wanting of yearning needn't raise their heads skyward. Am I seeing Araya's memories? Clock, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now we've got another reason to check up what's upstairs. Interesting. Interesting.
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을 보나 했더니 벌써 목, 애를 전부 채웠군.
Wait, hold on. Oh, fuck.
방지할
I
사고도
fucked up.
해야 할 뒤처리도 없나. 돌아가지.
Stages, get that. Yoik. No, not there. Please tell me it's just a combat stage.
마침내.
최선을 다해보자. 아이씨, 방금
at least
벌레
you
말은
get right
듣지
to
않는
it.
사람 누구야?
This time it's 10. Fuck.
만만찮겠군. 본인이 하지.
Bam.
지키기 위해서
히아르카나 빛.
That did nothing. Oh, that's such cool effects. I completely forgot. It's cool as shit. I know it hasn't really been, well, and actually has been. It's been like 4 months since we've been able to use Gregor in story.
제압 완료.
But I don't play this game that often, you know?
내가 응원하는 게
focus
도움이
and
되게
counter the
하려나?
economy, you're right.
힘내긴 해보자고.
Oh, the fact that Gregor can just clash with anything, I love him. I love him so much. Proper tank ID.
정확하게.
그 삶의 마침표를.
방금 공격 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
You know, I've seen all these things about this ring lady, and I want her, and I want to see her, right?
앞을
I
밝히지.
wonder where she is.
후회할 것이 잘 보이도록. 유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
I want her. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'll take it.
한 방 먹였네. 이 기세를 모아서 뚫어보자고. 안타깝게도 내 숲에 있는 이들은 이미 모두 죽었어. 할 수 있는 건 괴수를 죽이는 것뿐이지.
You.
만만찮겠군.
Go for it.
본인이 하지. 정의.
Man, Limbus is
아까처럼만
different, isn't
해.
it?
그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
Like,
부탁하자.
like compared to day, I was like one of the day one
제약
boys, right?
개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아.
Comparing to the units that we have now and like the systems that we have now, like the facades, it's almost like it feels like a completely different game sometimes.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라. 탕탕.
And especially that shit. Especially a unit like
이제 정말
Ryōshū.
개체 제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
Imagine being a support-based damage dealer. Alright, all good.
탈출 개체 확인.
It does feel more alive with more people interacting during combat. Yeah, like actually a lot more, like everything, the combat system feels interactive. It took them a while to get here because almost everything felt unfocused, but I guess that's like what early games like this kind of feel like sometimes, you know? Like especially Project Moon's games. Well, Ruina and then Sid.
너도 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만
But I like it.
부탁하자. 움직임이 어설퍼요.
I think Limbus is starting to grow on me. At first, I guess I didn't really understand it that much. But the combat has started to grow on
방금껏 제대로
me.
안 꺼냈어.
The story's always
그러면
been like
맥주라도
some of the
사야겠는
best
걸.
parts, obviously. But I don't know, it just like really is neat. You know? I just think it's neat.
나아가주게.
Maybe we should make the jumping squad later. What is the jumping squad?
차라리
Damn, Rodeo. Fucking killed him.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로
feels good.
돌아가라. 펜.
저것들
조금만 더 힘내자.
전부 녹여서
이제 정말
썰어버려도
개체
상관없지.
진압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
나아가주게.
탈출 기체가 정리되었습니다.
Wait. Kind of a letdown when they were body blocking the door like there was some big secret behind it. Right? Just looks like any other average family home. Oh man. I get cleaning up's a chore, but peeps should at least dust their home once in a while. A thick layer of dust covering every surface and the blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Is this Roland's room? No, it's not. It's not. No, there's kid drawings on there. Whichever family lived here must have had a child. Look, there are drawings and dolls too. Though it seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Could something bad have happened here? Yeah, something must have happened here that caused the family to flee, and they never got to return. Yeah, lots of evidence suggesting that. The open door, the single shoe just lying around. So someone fled from home for some reason, never to return. I don't know, it's kind of hard to narrow down the cause. It really could have been anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Ryōshū? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Probably is Rien's old home. Every framed photo is singed beyond recognition. Whatever documents there were have been torn to shreds. Kind of like my memories. So this wasn't where he escaped to, huh? The index nurse father, Rien. The last time we saw him, he had fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound at Ryōshū's hand. And if by some miracle he survived, there's a chance he'd come after a Ryōshū again, but something about our last encounter led me to believe that was the last time Ryōshū would ever see him. This is... Do you recognize this drawing? I found myself hoping to see Ryōshū piece together a number of memory. She'd been recalling new details about what... she'd been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head. No, I don't. Well, that's sad. Yes, you do. I don't believe you, Ryōshū. I'm sorry. I just don't.
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을 보나 했더니 벌써 목, 애를 전부 채웠군. 방지할 사고도 해야 할 뒤처리도 없나.
Oh, sangria.
돌아가지.
Shit.
잠수 준비 끝.
After leaving Rien's quarters, we explored the Index's corridor for a while, but didn't find anything that could help piece Ryōshū's memories back together. Great work! Now that just leaves the Pinky Nurse Father's... Now that leaves just the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. But that room didn't have any back rooms for us to explore. There were countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guideline makes it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. Ah, okay. Glad we could help. Dante replies they're happy they could have been assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Alan returned to the forward base. We probably should have done the same, but want to take a look around here anyway? Sure. As we have more business here than simply checking doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. Pinky Nurse Father's room had a peculiar structure. Each door we opened led to an identical led to a room identical in shape to the previous one. Oh fuck, I didn't read that part. My fault. Even though I was certain we'd traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. There are some small design differences between each room that help to tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we look really hard at every detail. Where are we now? The kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fixer clips together, so I thought I'd come visit. It's someone I all have met, too, I think. It was, must be another one who was severed by the Ryōshū. Damn, you might be right. His name was Ren, the Pinky Apprentice. So Ren was actually, what's it called? Was somewhat of akin to Kira. I'm glad that they all had, like, their own little relationships. It's fun. I TikToked, but no one here really seemed to have anything to say to that. I suppose that only makes sense. After all, his existence registered to no one here but me. So, when you said back at K-Corp that you cooked before, you were talking about this, huh? Yep. I used to perform intense culinary artistry here. Your scabbard's shaking. One of the reviews were glowing. One of them was yum, meaning, yeah, unbelievably mouthwatering. The scabbard, Araya, was definitely shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryōshū's claim. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? I may have a hard time believing her, if you ask me. What did you usually make? Boxed lunch. Boxed lunch that kids might bring to grade school, with sausages cut like octopuses in tamagoyaki. A bit simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? IF. Didn't you know? There's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. So I want octopus sausages, tamagoyaki, and... Why are we making sausages out of an octopus? No, I mean sausages cut like octopuses. And why are we cutting sausages into octopus shapes? Because it's adorbs, that's why. Yay! Something like this. What's that? Sausage carved into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup. Come on, I didn't mean like a real life octopus. It's got to be adorbs, okay? Isn't it all the same difference once it gets down the gullet? Why is this so important? But mommy, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. I don't understand. Huh? You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you? It means I don't understand. That's when you say IDK, Mom. SMH. These must be some of the happiest memories Ryōshū and Araya shared. Sinners, me, and Araya even have a scabbard. Can imagine or recall them in full. But for Ryōshū, the most important part of those memories remains sliced away. Still, if we can continue to piece more and more of our memories together by going over these places... Do you want to check out what's upstairs, too? As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footstep came to a simultaneous stop. Wait. Hang on, Clockhead. Don't open the door just yet. I looked back and found Kira and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapons. This way, manager. And Marcel, who realized what that indicated, yanked me to the back of the line. And in mere moments... So, there was someone guiding those whelps. Figured they'd send more than fodder to the House of Spiders. Stinks of wet dog. The claws of a massive paw slashed through where we had just been standing. Oh, it's her! Wolf mask? It really is as Maestro Emile Benoit said. This place is already occupied. If you would be so kind as to help me with directions. Is this where Master Callisto's art is located? The question came from a woman who peered from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the Falvis we encountered thus far, she seemed to make a point to speak and act with decorum. But the subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed that air of faux civility. Sure you're at the right address, lady? Robo-Unk's stuff ain't in this part of the house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I'm aware. Though I'm not here looking for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense gaze, even though her face was obscured by the mask. And there's no doubt that her eyes were bearing down on Ryōshū. Suddenly, I was reminded of what Rian said moments before he fled through the corridor. We let them observe us too freely. What? What is that? The Favis got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders is fallen, and that Ryōshū currently has possession of the Ryōshū. They want Ryōshū for themselves, whether she's completed or not. Ryōshū as she is now. Isn't that intriguing for once? My name is Rufo. Oh, I really like her. I really like her a lot. Oh my god, I just realized the fucking rack she has on her. Jesus. That might be demeaning, but booba. Fucking massive. Yoshihide. The blade coveted by the Five Fingers. Master Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. As a docent of Fauvism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? Don't see the point in hanging out with people and those unaesthetic amateur. As expected, Ryōshū declined Rufo's request with a curt reply. This is the power creep we're talking about? Yeah. Booba power creep. Naraya, too, rattled angrily in the docent's general direction. I think I might know why Ryōshū got her ID. I think I know, too. Then I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on our usual method of ushering. How are our odds? I don't know. She's probably tougher than me at my maxed out stats. Really? The shape of her ring suggests that she is a docent of the school of Fauvism. Her position is comparable to that of a capo of the thumb or a big sibling of the middle. Verily, that maketh her a foe who may surpass even Ricardo's might, or, with a stroke of ill fortune, even Lei Hang. Doubt she's anywhere near as strong as Lei Hang. Our chances are HOM. Half or more? I like those odds. Half of half or more. Dude, really? Outmoded. Has-been. Why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time? It was a decision met with much confusion from the outset. To entrust such a momentous project in the hands of one such as Callisto. Why, everyone agrees that it is no less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. They were quite on point with that assessment. His ovaire recovered from the house were more tools than art. The sort of the likes that workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them art. Now I must ask you for your forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different from the rest of his work. But what I observed above this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the ferity with which you scarred the walls and the floor, as though a frenzied beast had torn through them. There is but one tool you could possibly have left. There is but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. At least you've got a passable eye for art. Yoshihide, I ask you. Also, can I just say, her theme, her just general theme, fucking banging. Thank you again, Studio EIM. Have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? It will be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnant that dubs itself corporism. A movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that, once it had depleted all meaning to it after, it began piling on empty definitions onto itself. Fauvism is a movement that has broken from the traditional mold, unfettered like a beast that roams free. We dare ask ourselves to ask questions that challenge the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define that which we call la fauve, wild beast? These are the subject matters that have led us fauves into the field of fertile creativity. Should you, a wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, it will layer your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colors that it will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. Annals. In other words, what we can offer you will be of much greater worth than what you may have learned from a teacher like Callisto. Never considered him my teacher. Not a real one, anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I considered some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among the rings art. Or not. I can't remember. Then will you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue. Didn't the sight you claim to have seen clue you in? Oh, it did. I do understand. Your art may appear to be no more than unchecked chaos at a glance. But upon closer observation, it reveals a fierce, dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as the connecting suture. Your blade work, too, shows such multi-layeredness. More keenness often entails mundanity, yet you have transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash. Truly a unique aesthetic sense. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes, and call that shallowness hell's beauty. The sorrow condensed into a cry held in an instant, wrath unbound from the yoke of reason, the fading gleam of despair in the human. You give no thoughts to what each of those emotions signifies, instead of obsessing over the cursory qualities of what is beheld. Let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I won't afford you another long-winded lesson. Ryōshū ready for scabbard. Pointillists, Fauvists, Premists, Blauraters, Cubists. I visited my fair share of ring galleries, heard their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions buried under symbols kept in patchworks of empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much. Just like Callisto's. Kept trying to take from another's movements, forcing meaning where there was none. Excess is easy. Anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it succinct. The art of abbreviation. That's, kid name. Hi, Archie. Welcome in. Alas, if all is won by one abbreviated way, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No. The void is what remains. And it holds things that can be found anywhere else. That can't be found anywhere else. What is this, a minimalist manifesto? No. My aesthetics go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. Sangria. A bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain, with a distinct lack of any meaningful, striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of Fauvism? Painters. With a stubborn sword, mere words can't convince. Indeed, there is no discipline more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. Then I suppose I'll have to carve it right into your eyes. Please do, though I'm afraid it may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. I, a docent of Fauvism, shall personally welcome you to my critique session. Oh, that crazy eye. She got that crazy eye in her. All right, chat. Lock in.
다음째라도 맞았나? 적군이 더 강해진 것 같아.
All right, let's read her shit. Passives. Protection. If this unit used critique in this counter game. Okay. Let's see. Palette Vibrante. Intrinsic in the outward appearance of each animal is a distinct purpose, and we Lefauves are the ones who awaken and express the fraternity of those that we call wild beasts among them. Okay, just more stuff about them. Okay. I am also fond of Rufo, Docent of the Ring.
만만찮겠군. 본인이 하지.
Fine enough. Yeah, who isn't fond of Rufo? I would be very surprised to find anybody that isn't fond of that one. Good, good. Nice. Nice. Fuck.
쏴야 할 때가 왔군.
I heard a whistle and I swear I had flashbacks. Fine with that. Let's see, what else?
해고
Okay.
감흥도 증폭.
Thank you. Nope.
사랑으로 정의차.
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
Oh, they're like shield core.
그 삶에
Oh, okay. I kind of like this boss fight.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
But she can still counter afterwards. Kira will be fine. Kick her ass.
이쪽으로 와. 방금 건 제대로 안 꺼냈어. 안전하게 지켜줘. 돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는 걸.
I'm assuming clash with everything.
나아가주게.
Owie.
방금 공격 다음에 다른 개체 얘기도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
사랑으로.
Boom, boom, boom.
지키기 위해서.
Violence.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
Still lost.
직원들이 개체를 제압하는 데
Oh, you
성공했어요.
bitch.
이걸로 많은 피해를 예방할 수 있을 거예요.
How many more on the way? Alright, no high priority ones right now. God, this is a really like fucking elegant theme. That's all I gotta say. This shit's elegant. Hi there, I don't know how to say that in Korean. I'm sorry. Howdy.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
좋아. 방금은 전략의 승리야. 계속 밀어붙이자.
Right now we are on the girl boss of the intervallo. We're girl bossing it.
편히 쉬시게.
God, this stream is going 4 hours.
지키기 위해서.
Ah, you're dead. Oh yeah, the momentum's up. Momentum's
것이
up.
잘 보이도록.
Glory Kim Ji-hoon. For real. You know what, I'll just say N7.
조금만 더 힘내자. 이제 정말
Okay,
개체의
okay.
제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
Hit you. Hit you. Okay.
타깃 포착 1시 방향. 잠든 그대를 기릴 테니.
It's a very simple boss fight, but I appreciate it, you know? Sometimes bosses don't need to be super complicated.
상담에서 알려준 대로 잘했어. 역시
What the fuck is that 5-roll
상담
road
프로그램을
job?
진행한 건
아무것도 남지 마라.
이런.
Oh, wait, no, that's bad.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
방금 건 제대로 안 꺼냈어. 돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는걸?
Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, I'll take it. And use that one.
타겟 포착 1시 방향. 복을 구하고 싶다면 정성을 들여 빌어보시오.
Oh wait, no. You ain't got any. No critiques. Well, very few critiques.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아.
Man, you are a tough one. Even with 3 fragile on you.
흐릿한 드와 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 19의 하늘.
I find it odd that this comes from Arknights. But you
빈
know what? I
벼로에
don't play the game.
남았구나.
Not odd in a bad way. Just I don't know what Arknights is fucking about, dude. First that tremor.
그래도 언제나 추월할 수는 없으니까.
개체가 약화되는 것 같습니다.
제 앞 개체가 흔들리고 있어. 다들 조금만 더 힘내자.
Let's see. First of all, you. And you. Man, Gregor is needing some heals. No, this is nowhere near to what we get as an MMO for a Project Moon game. Nowhere close to it.
탕.
사랑으로 정의의 이름으로.
편히 쉬시게.
Actually wondering what's getting them all that fragile.
제
Ooh,
앞 개체에게
damn.
큰 피해를 준 것
Big
같아.
Zan.
아무것도 남지 마라.
교육팀의 직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어. 분명 상담 프로그램을 진행한 직원일 텐데 왜 저런 공격을 했지?
사기가 꺾였군. 이 기회에 마음껏
Oh, it's all
공격해보자.
of
목에 지켜줄 테니까.
Nice.
날카롭고
Big damage now.
정확하게.
그 삶의 마침표를
Yeah.
마무리를.
That's the damage we need. Oh, damage gave. You are worthy of the privilege of my prize needlework. Okay, well now it's a big
고민거리는
buff.
없어?
Alright.
혹시라도 일하는데 힘든 점이 있다면 언제든지 나와 상담해줘.
Lock in now. I wonder if this is changed now. Nope, nothing that I see. Yeah, I guess get some healing out. Just reload.
만만찮겠군. 우리 하지.
Ooh. Big booms. Wait, how do you have 8 protection again?
나를 뭉쳐.
It just has that brief pause where it's just like loading. Ooh. Interesting. Good job, lady. You lost against gun. Sorry.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
Plus, I need to heal.
기록에 따라
So, haha, take that
당신을
loser.
반드시 집행하겠습니다.
이쪽으로.
너희도 이번
오, that's
역경을
big.
헤쳐나가기만
지켜줄
하면
테니까.
능력을 기를 수 있을 거야. 비록 그 과정에서 희생이 나올 수 있겠지만 내가 세피라로서 너희가 죽지 않도록 도와줄게.
Okay. Nice, nice, nice.
만만찮겠군. 우리 하지.
You're not doing shit. Thank you, lady. Damn, she's at negative 45. I love sinking. I love sinking so much. Just make their coin rolls dog shit.
방심했고
부탁하자.
오케이. 보인다.
Big snipe, nice. Yeah, that didn't do a lot, lady. I hope you're expecting to do more. Oh yeah, big damage.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
Not as big as I
우리가
was
우세.
hoping.
서둘러 끝내보자고.
No, I don't know if that's winning or not. I don't want to use that either. This is a tough one. not sure. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, like, this looks like the best option.
하고들 시간이다. 잔무에.
Oh, thank
이것도
goodness.
받아보시게나.
Fluid sack, but not fluid sack, if you know what I mean. Okay. Sure.
죄다 아픈 거 같은데 괜찮아?
Ryōshū wannabe. Sure, fuck it. Ooh.
하고들 시간이다.
Lower. We can still
잔무에.
make it through this. The bleed is becoming a problem, though. Oh, yeah, like that.
니는 모두를 시켜.
Oh, that's not good. She's dead.
제압자고.
제대로 해. 그러다 죽어버리면 나를 탓할
Nope.
거잖아. 나를 나쁜 세피라로 만들려는 거야?
She's almost dead, though. Oh, never mind.
지키겠다 맹세했는데.
Rutro Raggy, and this is when the battle went from good to great.
잠들래.
저는 봤어요, 관리자님.
Goodness.
죽어가는
Okay.
직원의 간절한 표정을요. 제 교육이 부족했던 걸까요?
Okay. That's clashing there. Honestly, you can kind of climb there, then. Sure, that works. But you know what? Hold on. Climb there, and then. Yeah, that's fine.
그대로 멈춰라.
Look, guys, Sunshower's doing something.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
And then right after that.
살고자 하는
Yeah, right
모든
after
것들과
that.
함께 무덤으로 돌아가라. 일발장전.
Oh yeah, fucking baseball swing. Sit down, homie. You know, I really should get like another safety unit for Ishmael. Or a poise unit.
그 삶에 마침표를. 이러면 쏠 수 있죠?
시야 확보.
Don't you dare touch him. We're almost there. We're almost there.
보세요, 관리자님. 다들 역경을 이겨내고 유능한 직원이 되었어요. 저 이번엔 도움이 됐을까요?
That will be very funny. That will be very funny if that actually. Favored but not guaranteed. I suppose it can be Ryōshū then.
나아가주게.
항상
Alright.
지켜보고 있었지.
Be big damage across the board, but 23% chance of failure. Yeah, fine.
벌써
A lot more damage than it looks like.
저였나 보군요.
태어나.
저는 봤어요, 관리자님.
Oh, somebody died.
죽어가는 직원의 간절한 표정을요. 제 교육이 부족했던 걸까요?
No. No. Better. Alright, I like these odds.
먼지 나게 패주지.
Ooh, baby.
저주 속에
There we go.
가라앉는군요.
And that's it. That is still not the end of the interval, though. There's gonna be another harder fight. And it's gonna make this stream last another hour and a half. Oh.
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을 보나 했더니
Well, not a
벌써
popcorn.
목 애를 전부 채웠군. 방지할 사고도 해야 할
Memories.
뒤처리도 없나.
Does she have any? Yeah. See, you're already looking much better with those superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about founding your own movement. I already answered that. Well, you'll need time. On the farthest wing, at least until you can fully cultivate your movement. Perhaps. I don't suppose words have any meaning now. The docent raised her giant arm as though to strike us in her final act of defiance, then slammed it down upon the floor as we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time for. Mid-sentence, the docent suddenly went limp like a marionette whose strings were cut. Dead. And here I thought her last words were going to be succinct. Ah, thus we are made foes with yet another finger. The ring. Let's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We beat an officer of the fingers all on our own for the first time, didn't we? I see this as a pretty definite win. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro. I was fighting my ass off out here. Herr Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin, even if you had not been here, Kira. This is more like it. Won't have a freak out if we're a mere BB anymore, as long as we're within clock, or as long as we're with clock. Ha! Don't start congratulating yourselves over achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate over so small an occasion don't deserve to stand beside the executive man. Well, I guess this isn't as impressive at all to people who used to be much stronger, like Otis or Don Quixote. Prithee, speak not of such folly, for the joy of my compatriots is mine own. Have you an inkling as to why she might have, in her final moments, elected to demolish the door? Right? It's not like we have a shortage of doors in here. Are we really debating the logical thought process of someone who was 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Didn't I just leave this room? Ishmael walked through the door we'd entered through, and appeared from behind us. Oh shit, where'd the exit go? Don't tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through it. No, it can't be that easy. I am barred from enjoying the fresh air of the outside world. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of wings and backstreets. Huh. So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traverse is a passage to the corridor of one called the Index Nurse Father. Across the broken door we might, however, it avails us but a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nurse Father's Azure corridor, before it returns us to this room. Room's now locked in a loop without a starting point, no matter what door we open. Is there anything we can do? A rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to the regular flow of time, unlike the warp trains, it will be approximately between a week or two from the present before we can return. That's pretty long. Well, the first problem we're going to have to deal with is food. As far as I'm aware, we should be good to go for at least 3 days. Thanks, Roja. So let's... I didn't bring any snacks. Not like we were about to walk in one of the L-Corp branches or a dungeon, so... Yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're going to have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. There's no exit. We cut open our own. What about the part that cuts into your memories too? Deal with that yet? No, the sword, it still cleaves my memories with every slash. Don't know what memory it'll slice away this time, but it'll be something recent, or one I hold dear. Wait, don't be so bloody rash about it. Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving depth of his heart. Ever since the day of the Sepia Tempest, memory took on a special, precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryōshū's arm. Though Ryōshū and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Ryōshū's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered sort of an anxiety in Heathcliff. What? Didn't you hear? Them nerds will be here in a week or two to get us out. Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in that scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the rooftop and entered one of those doors up there? There are thousands of them. Out of the question. By doing so, we will be putting ourselves at a greater risk, that of casting ourselves into the endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but we're dead meat if that brick wall of a maestro wanders into this room. That wolf lady's last words... Man, I'm seeing the flags! It's a hella risky move, yeah, but I think Yoshihide and their OP sword is our best bet. Right, but what if we got lucky and they find us in a day or two? Quit freaking out, Heathcliff. It will only be forgotten, not lost. Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion, Clock. I looked toward the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remains still. The white blade machine reveals itself. It cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as the Araya Shiki's blade cleaves through the wall, so does it Ryōshū's memories. Aw, we were really getting somewhere. Oh, no. See ya, Araya. The thin strands of Araya's image, which had just began to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart once again. Even still, Araya's released the blade without hesitation. But it's okay. We'll try again, so... Conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Don't feel too bad. As her voice faded into the gentle dark with Ryōshū's memories... Okay. We are getting somewhere. The next destination. Ah, welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every back door within the House of Spiders? Oh, Hohenheim didn't fill you in? Any information regarding these doors holds an enormous value for us. Not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible, even if we had to rush our work a little. Only speculating here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop right there. What? What conflict? What operation? Are you saying that your boss are preparing for a war or something? I just feel like there isn't enough alarm in his voice, considering what he's saying. Preparing for what? Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Must you ask to know? Ah, I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has already fallen, W Corp is teetering on the brink of collapse. You call us the Aspirant W Corp. We call Limbus Company the Aspirant L Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. Smoke War 2! But unlike the dead and gone L Corp, the current W Corp's still kicking, despite its rapid decline in recent years. And as we all know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they got the military force to back them, right? It's only natural that a business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking, though. Who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking. Either way, much fruitful collaboration we had today. This will reflect pretty well on our performance metrics, and we didn't even suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. After saying our farewells to Alan, we return to the forward base, and share with Hohenheim everything that's happened so far. Hohenheim and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the looming conflict, so we instead decided to have Ryōshū's memory and sword re-examined. Oi, Hohenheim, results out yet? Not yet, assistant. I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take about 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. Ryōshū sounded irritated as she scolded Heathcliff, but I could sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarettes to stub at increasingly shorter intervals. This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Mind slowing down a tad? You're practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke now. And speed up, glasses. Gotta bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that things take time. Yes, time is indeed relative, but the fact that I have managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround and therefore deserves your appreciation. Blueberry, I can see you singing Hero in the chat. I appreciate the enthusiasm. I've been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent part of myself as of late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It is an evident truth that such a result could not have been replicable had it not been for my genius brain. Go out into the hallways and grab any passing researcher and tell them about my incredible turnabout time, and you will hear them say, "Whoa, done already?" And to that, I will answer, "Shut the fuck up!" Evidently tired of the two sinners' alternating turns hounding him for results, Hohenheim seemed to speed up the analysis and managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Whoa, done already? Yes. There are times when test results are extracted earlier than the predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributable to my genius at work. Why aren't you saying anything? Give me the TR, now. You did tell me to shut the fuck up, so I'm attempting to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. Ha! You think Yoshihide would ever use known acronym straight? And what if it's something like, jeez, that's a full day. Unwind after work, though? What the fuck? And your verdict on her interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. She's better than, she's better than MTL in some ways. How she lies as she breathes. At that moment, I might have caught a glimpse of the scabbard rattling slightly atop the examination device. Almost as though it were giggling. Very well, then I'll get right into it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. Huh. That's it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of a man who works with Manager Sod? Ify? I would have asked in the past tense had it been him who I was referring to. Oh, it's Pilot! It's Pilot! Glad Miss Sod wasn't here for that. That kid. Right. I don't remember his name. She forgot Pilot's name? Among the essentially deleted memories are 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures and the types of food she'd fed to a seagull. Fie upon it! Dost thou say that the memories most precious to young Ryōshū and me have been thrown into utter destruction? Look, Donkey, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of unsheathing a sword like that? If we're going by sheer volume, I wouldn't say its mileage is acceptable. It erased several days' worth of memories just for a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they kind of sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Greg and Heath forget stuff all the time. How's this any different? The seemingly inconsequential nature of these particular memories wasn't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard of Ryōshū, or to be more precise, the power of Araya's ego. That's so. So Araya can choose to, that's kind of cool. She can adjust it. All that remains of Araya and Ryōshū's recollection is a blank space where the fragments of her existence used to be, severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which of Sinner Ryōshū's memories are to be erased, as a cost of using Ryōshū. Sounds like I should be grateful then. But Ryōshū regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind. Oh, so it's got like a cooldown timer. She can use it whenever as long as she gives it time to select the trivial memories. I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss them as trivial. The memory of the time you were complimented for your cooking, it was quite a precious memory, wasn't it? You performed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yes. According to our measurements, the sword seems to factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost of wielding it. It's become rather clear that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. So, have her memories been restored? As presumed, attempts to recall the erased being's existence have resulted in failure. I farted. That is quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be in that negative space, many things can still be reminisced upon. Like Ryōshū said, forgotten, but not lost. Clock. You've just stepped foot into the world of sangria. She flashes the briefest of smiles, then scatters it away with a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB will restore it. The golden bow. What used to be here in the pockets of the void in my heart, my one and only. Ryōshū's gaze traced the invisible, the unperceivable. A few more days passed us by. We didn't spend those days idling. We visited Sod and Pilot in recovery, did a few odd jobs here and there, like helping suppress a distortion containment breach caused by a new LCE hire. But with all the loose threads tied up, we managed to finally, after so long... Oh, it's finally back in Miffy! Kinda feels like we're home again. Return to the bus. Ha! Bus, sweet bus. The chair could use a little more cushioning, but there isn't anything like it out there. Damn, this is your ride? Hella badass. And between the two individuals, who were looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, Hohenheim squeezed through to warn us about some things to watch out for. I asked Team Leader Alan to set the coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving through the door and it will bring you right to an empty spot on a highway. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes, because if by any chance there's a car driving behind you, it will crash into the bus. Nuts. So what are you two doing here on the bus? Decided to join the team, better team, did you? I must admit to a certain degree of interest in hearing of your exploits, but to accompany you through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape your confinement? I told them I had some stuff to help you with, and they let me out after making me scribble over some docs. Solitary confinement's hella boring, so I thought I might get some air. Might as well say goodbye too while I'm out and about, right? I see. You exploited the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you. I thought I told them to impress upon the new hires that prisoners are to be treated as exceptions to the, Right. The person in charge of that training is currently checked into the long-term recovery ward. More problems stemming from the shortage of manpower. I'd best include this in the report. Sounds like they're both here to see us go. Well then, time for a valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easily as I expected to. Another day of reunion must await in the future. I would appreciate if such a reunion had a low probability of occurring. While I am not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory, I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then. Hey. Yoshihide. What? I wouldn't say we're family exactly, but... Listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So, SYL. Did I do that right? Acronymize it into L. And call me Ryōshū, not Yoshihide. Prefer the echoes to that name. After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus, and no sooner had the machinery clicked into place, the bus's wheels finally began to turn, bringing us closer and closer toward a blindingly radiant portal massive enough to engulf the bus hole. And we're finally leaving the fucking building! We're finally leaving the fucking building! Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Alright, where are we headed next? Dante inquires about the next destination, Virgilius. Ha! Now that's more like it! Been too bloody long since I heard that question. Yeah, don't get too excited. When has an answer to that question ever led us to anywhere that's not downright bizarre? Virgilius gave me a faint, knowing smile, as though to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, then deliver a comment that sounded too lighthearted for its gravity. Downright bizarre, is it? Well, then, let me just say it's a high time we face such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante, we are now en route to N-Corp. So we are going there after all. N-Corp. Plenty of faces there I'd rather not see. As the rest of the sinners voiced their various gripes and discontent with N-Corp, Mersal... oh, goodness! Who probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same unchanging expression. As though for him, none of this changed anything. Now departing, vroom vroom. With that, the bus resumed its journey to yet another tale. There's not another big boss fight? Was that the last one? That's it! Alright. Neat.
슬슬
let
그
me check the
격리실에서
rewards.
실종.
Probably need to grind out for a little bit just to get the Heathcliff ID, and even then, is it like any good? I don't fucking know. Blinking team. I mean, you can do the raid mode if you want. Dog, I don't have the fucking energy. Well, check it out, you know. What are the rewards? Huh. Oh! Now that's nice. We're finally getting a way to get that. Alright.
슬슬 그 격리실에서 실종된 놈들의 목소리가 들.
Well, you know what? Past missions, sure. I don't fucking do my mirror dungeons, I know. Wait, I just fucking... God damn it. Hopefully we don't have to fight Bygone Days, Nelly, Ahab Stuffing Blind Obsession, Crimson Scar, and Ardor Blossom. star went into gas harpoon somehow, and the Lantern Gang may have recruited anytime soon. You know what? I hope so too. You know what? To celebrate, why don't we just do a poll? Let's see. One paid. Yay! Oh, no fucking way.
이거 하면 내 만화책 보여주는 거 맞지? 너 분명
What?
안경 걸고 나를 압수했다.
What the fuck?
그 전투 테스팅가 뭔가 하는 거 구경이나 해보자. 좀 치고받고 싸우는 거라도 보면 덜 지루하겠지.
My luck. My luck. Holy shit. Alright. Well, nice. Streamer luck. The streamer luck. Luck is a skill, honestly. Oh my god. Yeah. Well, that's a good way to end it off. Easiest announcer ever, sure. Fuck it. Anyways, thanks to everyone who came on stream. Always good to catch up on the intervallos, you know? I don't know if I'll have like a whole stream dedicated to doing this thing, doing the event section. I might.
슬슬 그 격리실에서
I mean, it's already been a
실종된
week.
놈들의 목소리가 들릴 시간이다.
So that's where my luck went. I had to pity her.
뭐 자장가로는
Oh my
딱
god, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I was not expecting to get that. It's just, it's so funny. Anyways, I guess y'all have a good night, and remember to stay